they come during the day, the same thing will happen. They'll come out like birds or animals or cats or dogs or other types of insects. But this one is what I call a dimensional ship, because you can actually see that there is another circular energy inside that where it has split open. Now this one's gone right through, and on the left-hand side top, you can see another entity has come out of that. Now, I'm not sure whether that's actually an entity in itself or whether it is another ship. But I say it's got eyes. That's where I'm at the moment with it. Do you want to pop on to the next one? All right, these are some of the ships that I've seen. The first one on the left-hand side, the triangle one, I was getting a lot of purple and pink tones in the skies and stuff. This was going back in, I don't know, about 2016, between 2010 and 2016. I was doing a lot of sky watching because of the colors and the art of the clouds. They'd started talking to me. And so I'd seen a sphere come across miles away from what we used to call the city tower. And it was come over and it came over, and then it hovered high enough but low enough for me to see it and make it out. It would just look like a silver disc, like a silver circle, and then it shot off like a ball and went flash, and it was gone. And I just couldn't believe what I'd seen. And I took off and I found the camera, and I came back and I spent the whole time staying outside. I just knew there was going to be another one. And this triangle came across the top, and I just searched everywhere. I got the camera, and by the time, because it was a new camera, I didn't know how to use it. And by the time I managed, I got one picture. And it was like, anyway, I still got a picture, and I was happy about that. Now, on the other one, this was one of the first cylinder ones that I started seeing. Everywhere I went, I was seeing these cylinder craft turning up, and they were making different forms in the clouds. So I don't know which being is on board, but I know I've been on board. You want to jump to the next one? So, okay, because I can't blow it up, if you can see in the circle, there's actually a cylinder shape, and it's going horizontal. And if you have a look in the left-hand side of the right one, you will also see a horizontal ship going past. And you can see they make patterns and designs. So letting me know where they're coming from. Next one.
That's the last one I got.
Sweet as in.
Yeah.
Good then. Okay, so hi. So yeah, I get a lot of these different beings coming in. The sleep paralysis basically is stages of the body going into or going through that tubular field, so that you can have that secure communication connection with that being. This is, I've had this so many times. When the little greys, they come and do it as well. They like to use your memories of terror, of things that have deep emotional connections to you. I've seen them they've used Jesus Christ on me, because when I was growing up, I had to go through the Catholic stage. So that Jesus Christ was embedded in the family on that side, and it was imprinted. So when they brought me in the light into the room, basically on ship, they used the image of Jesus that was in my mind, and coming down the steps, because there were steps that formed, they were holding the hand of my son, who had passed on from a cot death. He was 10 and a half months old. And from there, I realized, because it happened twice within a second, I realized that it wasn't Jesus Christ. It was a tall grey, and I realized that the shorter version was not my son. It was the impression of, it was a short grey. It was using the impression of my son. So from there, when I went into the next experience with these greys of a similar type, and it's basically the room becomes completely white, so white that there's no corners to the walls, there's no roof, there's nothing there. Anybody who was standing right next to you or lying next to you in bed, gone. You're there. All right. I ran into my kid's room. It basically felt like I had to break into my own kid's room, and there was no lock on the door. And as soon as I opened it up, I basically stepped through one doorway, one dimension, into this white room where I knew the bed bunks should be, but they weren't. And I'm screaming. And as soon as I interrupted them, I changed the energy field that was within that space. And in doing so, it was like, boom, I hit the ground. I didn't literally hit the ground. It was just like the energy, the weight of the room. I'm back in this density. And there were my kids, okay, and they all were acting a bit weird. We got out of that house. We don't actually remember how we ended up back in that house the next day. We don't. We got up on the road, and none of us have any other memory of how we ended up back in that house, because we weren't going back in the house. So from there, I did a reading for a lady, and these images were coming in, and I'm trying to figure out where this information was coming from, because it wasn't my normal abilities. It was too easy. You know what your energy is. You know what you create, and it wasn't that. And so I questioned what was standing in front of me, and as soon as I did, the illusion changed. Okay, it showed what was controlling that illusion, and it was a short grey. So when I said I could see you, that was it. That spell was broken, and they're all over the place. Okay, greys will turn up in all sorts of areas. When we talk about going in and being on a higher consciousness, I am aware that we communicate not even by touch. Okay, there's so many levels to our telepathy, to our skills of being able to communicate, and we don't give ourselves enough acknowledgement for it. And by not doing that, we are limiting ourselves on the communication with the beings that are with us all the time. I see us all in different energy forms. I've had encounters with reptilians. I have a shadow reptilian, or in other words, I have a reptilian that lives in the shadow dimension. Now, they've shown up. I've really had to think about this, because I've known that energy. I recognize that energy from different encounters I've had. So I've looked at it like one of the first times I've recall is I saw this big demon-like creature is in a reflection of my TV back in the 80s. And when I turned around, there was nothing there. So I didn't know where it came from. So when I looked back and then I did another look, it was on the wall behind me. And I'm like, what the heck? Now, back then, I was practicing black magic. I just, basically left home, getting into my routine, having my little family. But I was practicing what I grew up in. And so when stuff started to happen, and it just went crazy. It was like, okay, what I saw behind me, was that a demon? It felt like it was a demon. It had demon kind of sensations, but that was programming to what is a demon? How does a demon feel? I only know what I've been taught by others, but I've seen these creatures and I didn't know what they were. But now, on hindsight, I communicate with them because they never actually caused me any harm. They've been there communicating with me the whole blooming time. So, hi, Rob.
Hello. That's, you know what? When you said that, the construct of the demon itself and what you were programmed to think that a demon is what it is. I think it's amazing. It's amazing that you had that realization that you could see that. So, I mean, that's shows how far ahead you are, Stone. And We appreciate that little presentation you did for us. We've seen so much presentation from you for the last few days. It's awesome. I'm really getting to know who Stone Hobbit is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now
I'm
we're
afraid.
friends on Facebook. Everything's, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
But
I just say, look, the information is there. It's being, I for years being in stuck states, having authorities tell us they know better, and all it is a gold sticker to let people know that they think they know better. They don't. They don't know bugger all. I saw how the government works when when I went through psychology. I did psychology to work out what people were saying about me by going through psychology, weird experiences. And what I found was I wasn't prepared to regurgitate information that is outdated. It is unstable in its thinking. It's racist, it's sexist, it doesn't compute with me, and we are forever evolving, and so should this knowledge be, not
I
stuck in.
totally agree.
So,
Totally agree.
inner stand, people, don't stand under your shadow no more.
Well, that's it. We can't keep it into a box. And, keeping it within that box only limits us to the potentiality of what it truly is.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
you're absolutely right. And thank you again, Stone. We're going to bring in the next speaker, and Stone is going to be back with us for probably the rest of the day, I would assume, right? You're going to stick around, Stone? You're going to come back in and help us out?
Oh, you know it.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. All right. We'll see you soon, Stone.
She's in it for
Thank
the long haul, brother. Thank you,
I know
Stone.
she is. All right. So next, I get to introduce one of my friends, somebody that I've looked to, who has inspired me for so much so far with his information. He is an author by the name of Philip Kinsella. He's written books that are "You, the Public Decide: The Grand UFO Deception." He also has Philip Kinsella, Guardians of the Dead, and A Passage Through Eternity. So these are some of the books that Philip has written. He also co-hosts a show with his twin brother, and we're going to go talk about that in a moment. But let's bring Phil up here. Philip, how are you, my friend?
Hello, Rob, and do forgive me because it looks like there's light above me. It's not a UFO ready to beam me up. I have a sense of humor here,
We love it. We love it. Is there a way you can get your mic to come up a little bit? Maybe put it closer to your mouth?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Is that better?
There you go. Much better. Much better.
I look like Davros now if I took the glasses off from the
That's
Dalek.
all right. Listen, you look stylish. You look like, one of those guys you see, like a Brit that's walking down the street in the metropolitan area with his pea coat on, ready to rock and roll. I'm like, oh, this is a guy. All you need is that slick back hair that I have sometimes, and then you'd be right on the money.
It's grey, and it looks like I haven't got any in this light, but there is hair on there.
All right, Philip, the floor is yours, brother. See you soon.
Thank you. Well, a warm welcome to everyone. And I know that we're all here with our own thoughts, our own opinions about the UFO, UAP phenomena, elements of the paranormal. And I got involved in this many years ago when I had what I can only describe as an alien abduction in the winter of 1989 in the small village of Marston Mortain, which is 5 miles outside of Bedfordshire. And that was the only abduction that I recall. There may have been some others, but I have no memory of them. But there were certain events that led up much later in life, which suggested that these so-called aliens are actually abducting people. And when I had my initial abduction back in 1989, one of the things that really puzzled me about it was how one part of it appeared to be physical and the other part appeared to operate on a level of non-physicality. And I'll briefly describe what happened. There was my brother and my sister, and we had a dog then. We lived in a small cul-de-sac in a fairly large house, and downstairs was like a hall. And as you went into the front door through the hall, to the right was what was then my brother's and mine study stroke bedroom and a shower room downstairs, a very large room. I was 20 at the time. And as you come through the hall, to the left was the living room and the kitchen diner, conservatory, and then out back to the pond and the big garden. And there's a reason why I'm explaining this is because when I got the train home from Bedford, in the winter. And at this point, I didn't take any dates down. I do now. Or the other experiences that I've had, I catalogue them very carefully. But back then, I wasn't prepared for what they call an alien abduction or seeing aliens. So I got in the door around about roughly about 7:10, 7:15, getting the train back and walking the mile or so home. And it was dark, and I entered through to the house, through to the hall, and then into the kitchen. I left all the doors were glass, like frosted glass. The doors were open in the kitchen, so when I laid back against the fixturing in the kitchen, I had a clear sight of the hall in front of me, and the dog was sitting by the breakfast bar. My brother was immediately in front of me, but his vision of the hall was restricted because there was a wall there, and my sister was to my far left. What happened was that the atmosphere began to change. It was very strange. It was like there was an electrical current. And it's really weird how I recall all of this, where some people need regression for their so-called memories. But I didn't need any of that because I think I'm very hard to regress. I'm very hard to be hypnotized. And as the atmosphere is starting to change, the dog begins to growl, and my brother goes into a strange trance. I've never seen it before. He stood there, and he raised his head up towards the ceiling, and he said, and his exact words were, "There's going to be an earthquake or Grandma's going to die." And at that point, I was puzzled, like, what the hell is he talking about? An earthquake? Grandma, our maternal grandmother, was still very much alive then. And as I looked out to the hall, and as this strange static feeling began to increase, there was a light that came up towards the front of the house, the front door, the glass windows there, up the driveway. And I thought our mum had come home early from work, and I realized at that point that she wasn't. This light began to intensify, to the point that where the glass was, it seemed like watching a cartoon, incredibly, being made pliable, moving backwards and forwards as though it was softening. And while my brother was still frozen in this strange trance, I don't know what my sister was doing because my attention was focused to the door, and our dog was going really crazy. And then all of a sudden, this small being, about 3 foot tall, clad in black, and I'm not dressed in black because of this. I didn't even think about that. But it was only 3 feet tall, diminutive, had a large, what I thought looked like a motorcycle helmet on its head, although it wasn't your classic motorcycle. The cranium was much bigger in proportion to its small body. It came through this pliable glass and shot into where our study and bedroom would have been. And then the glass returned, and immediately as that happened, my brother snapped out of his trance, and I said, "There's an intruder in the house." It's the only words that I could find, trying to register this incredible yet impossible or seemingly impossible event. And I shouted, "There's an intruder in the house," and I grabbed behind me to get a knife. And we went round the house. We couldn't find anything. In the early hours of that morning, I then found myself floating 3 feet on my back off the floor in the hall, in the very place where this being had come through. And I couldn't move. And people say sleep paralysis. Well, I've looked into that, but I can assure you that I had my faculties. I couldn't move, and I was being drawn through the glass doors to the kitchen. And I'm wondering, how the hell am I able to get through solid matter? That's impossible. I'm physical, the door's physical, and yet I'm going through it as though I'm like a knife going through butter. I can see the dog asleep in his bed in the corner in the kitchen diner, and he didn't stir or react to my presence there. And I was pulled out through the other side of the kitchen door, through to the conservatory, and then out into the garden, rolled over into an arch, like so I was standing, but still hovering 3 feet off the floor. And I could see these UFOs, and I thought, oh my God, they're real, they exist. And I thought, my God, everyone's wrong, they actually exist, they're real. And there was one object that wasn't moving, it was dark, a spherical type object, and I was pulled up to it very quickly. I'm making this as quickly as I can, because it's time. And immediately as I reached the craft, that was it, I blanked out. And then I awoke, and confused, dazed, hot, finding myself on some type of medical bed, naked, embarrassingly, hot. And the room was squat, dark, but there was some light ahead of me directly to the left. And when I looked around and to my right, there were 3 reptilians, and this is what I suffered for in the media, and I'm going to get to that in a moment, about the theoretical applications of what we may be dealing with. And I was so shocked because I'd never seen anything like it. They didn't communicate. They were very muscular, very tall. I'd say roughly probably about 7 foot tall, dark, scaly skins. They were in this kind of fog, or this kind of a foggy steam is the only way I could explain it. And they were moving side by side, like in a strange gait. And it wasn't that was the only thing that horrified me. The other part is something that I suffered for in the media circuits, was that I found that there was something in the lower part of the anatomy, and it felt organic within the bowel region or stomach, because it felt like it was organic. And that was it. I freaked. I wanted to. I just freaked. That was it. I started to scream. And people laugh and joke, and I've been down that road. I don't care. I only report facts as they stand, because we can't really truly say what it was. But after this screaming and shouting, I looked to my right, and the 3 beings, what people call reptilians, had disappeared. There was all I got from them was complete no emotions, no empathy, nothing. I was just a slab of meat on a where I was. And this grey, it was a cream-coloured grey, came forward from the partition, I think, from the area of light slightly to my left. There was another area there that the light was coming. It came forward, and the straps were released. The mechanism below was released very quickly. It just came out and on its own. And the grey ordered me to dress, and I was to follow it around this corridor. And we got to this area where I thought it was a wall, and I realized that it wasn't a wall, because when it seemed to open, I didn't see it open, it just was there, and I could see the village from a great height, and it was very early morning. And when I looked out, I could see, this is the last part of the experience, another sphere-shaped object hovering very low by our conservatory. And I knew that we were some height, and the Grey's looking at me, and the communication is rather like, well, you need to go, you need to get out. And I'm like, you just want me to leave? It's like, this is crazy. My mind was like screaming, I've got to get out of here. And I felt a slight push, and I interestingly floated back down to the ground with 2 Greys, one on one side, one on the other. I was ordered not to look at them. Very strange, considering that I saw one up there anyway. And as I came down, the last part of the experience really shocked me even more, because it's almost as if I'm not to look back. But ahead of me was another Grey, quite different from the ones that I'd seen, one and then those 2. I kind of like had a feeling like I recalled them as being the same as the one that told me to get out, basically. But as I came to the ground and I stood down, there was one last Grey, and he, because it felt male to me, was dressed in a one-piece uniform. He had knee-length boots on. He had this very tall hat that seemed to be quite modern. It seemed to wrap round part of his head. He looked kind of snazzy, smart, if that's the right way. People, if people were trying to depict it, they'd just stick a pointed hat on its head. But it wasn't like that. My brother's done some renderings of it, and in the books, and as we've written about it. But he had his arms folded, and he looked a little bit more muscular than an ordinary Grey. Like he got some meat on him, if that makes any sense. But his gaze was angry. He was really looking at me, really like intensely angry, like I'd really upset him on some level. I'll keep the language clean. And I'm like, you're angry with me? You've done this to me, and you're angry with me. I couldn't understand what the hell was going on, and I realized that I had this feeling near the solar plexus area, like I'd been punched. And I wanted to punch it. I wanted to punch him. I call him Noddy. It's the only way I could describe him. That was the character created by the British author Enid Blyton, who was the J.K. Rowling of her time, although he was very different from Noddy. But I wanted to punch Noddy. I wanted to really, but I couldn't move. And then a thought came into my head, and I thought, well, if I ask him a question and he answers this, then I'll be able to prove that this experience happened to me. So I said, or I thought, because people then try and catch you out by saying, did you say, well, it's when you're in that state, communication is rather like speaking anyway. It's just there. And I said, well, how the hell am I able to get through locked and bolted doors? I mean, that's impossible. And I thought that if he could give me the answer to their secret, then I would know how they do it, and I could tell people. But he looked shocked, like his mouth went into an O and his eyes widened. And then he raised his head slowly upwards so that he was looking underneath his craft, the disc-shaped thing, and immediately this electronic rasp came out of his mouth, and it reminded me of the ZX81 voice synthesizer that my brother and I had back in the 80s. And immediately as he started to create this very strange electronic muddled rasping sound, I went crashing, could see him frozen like that, crashing through the conservatory glass doors, crashing through the kitchen doors. I mean crashing because it was like a real, it was much more intense than my being dragged out. And until I came into my room and bang in my body. I came back into my body. And there's a reason why I need to say this to the good folk out there. And when I woke up, I had a nosebleed. I had to go and sort myself out. The next day, my brother found there was a triangular marks behind my right ear. He tried to photograph with a self-developing Polaroid Kodak camera. Nothing came out. I had 3 marks on my right arm. I had continuous nosebleeds for about 2 years. The doctors were going to cauterize that. And needless to say, I couldn't walk very well for a while. And someone said, did you go to the doctors? Yeah, sure, I'll go to the doctors. I'll tell them that I've been abducted by aliens. And anyway, after that, I know that there was another famous UFO researcher who contacted me because I wrote to her and told her about the experiences that we'd had. And she was very interested in us because I have an identical twin brother. And at that time, there was no one really I could go to. I was 20 years of age. The last thing I was really involved in was UFO research or aliens. I mean, if you mentioned aliens or UFOs to people, they'd laugh you all the way, down the road. But I wanted to find out what had happened because my idea of alien interaction, I believed, happened on a very physical level of integration. That didn't happen with me. So what I started to do was I started to research the subject, and I mean really research it. I read every book I could get my hands on. I tried to find out the answers to what was going on with this. And it was then in 1996 that I was rewarded with what I can only call as a revelation. Now, people talk about downloads, don't they? Like they have a download, and it's like, I never understood what that meant. And I am ashamed to say I was ignorant and very, because I'm very grounded. I couldn't work out what's a download. But it's almost like a feeling like your mind opens up and then all the parts come together. And in 1996, this had been about the Greys. And the answer came to me, and I remember I was at work at the time. I'd scribbled it all down on a piece of paper at work. And when I got home, I typed the whole thing up. And I sent it to then a magazine called Alien Encounters. And that was published in 1996. I can't remember which month it was, but I have the copy upstairs in my filing cabinet. And what's interesting is that with regards to years later, the article was called Spirits in a Material World, and I'll get to that in a moment. Years later, another British researcher by the name of Pierre Sabac was working with me because, all of us are important. We're all connected. We have our links and, those that we look up to, those that we admire, like Philip Mantle, my mentor here in England. Great guy. Pierre Sabac said, well, when you had the experience back in 1989 with the abduction, did you realize that what the Noddy character was doing seemed to be mimicking what your brother had been doing earlier that evening? And I said, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe it, because what Noddy was doing was a reflection of what my brother had been doing, because my brother went into that trance, looked up to the ceiling and said, there's going to be an earthquake or grandma's going to die. And Noddy seemed to be replicating what he was doing. And that sent a chill down my spine, because I thought, well, what on earth is this about? Why? It seemed old or ancient to me. That was the other thing I needed to say here. So through that experience and through the download in 1996 with regards to the Greys, this led me into a deeper understanding of what we may be dealing with. Because my argument in new research and further research has been, where are the aliens? Where are they? People talk about them all the time. I mean, I've seen them as well. I understand for all those contactees or abductees. I wouldn't put a tease on my name. I don't know what mine was. So people would classify that for me or categorize that. I don't. Where are they? And because they're elusive, we can't catch them. It's like chasing shadows. So I then began to work on the hypothetical model, or the theoretical design of the work that I've been researching, and with the formula that I had downloaded in 1996. And I think that before answering the question of what the aliens are and the UFOs are, I think it might be wise to take a good look about what we are, what we represent as human beings. And I know that, we live and we apparently die. We do die, but the system we serve has led us to believe that that's it, that we are born, we ask no questions, we are programmed. You serve the system, you're educated, you go out and get a job, you get in debt because the system gets you in debt by getting a mortgage or, paying your bills, and that most people are. And then you don't ask any questions, you pay your taxes, you wave your flags, and then you say goodbye and you're out. But I realized then what was happening with me, that as I was questioning the reality of the UFO phenomena, the psychic components kicked in. And I know that a lot of people that have had abductions or, encounters with alien beings, that some rewiring occurs within the neurological processing. And it seems to make the individual more empathic. Whether or not this is a direct result of the experience itself or the shock, what one cannot say, but all I can say is that I then found myself becoming psychic. Now, people would, say, oh, look, there's the man that studies UFO and now he talks to the dead. My goodness me. And I was embarrassed by that, even more so years later, many years later, when I wrote a book called Believe, Bridging the Gap Between the Psychic and UFO Phenomena, and incorporated the abduction experience in there. When my publisher was ready to publish the book, John Day from Keppelbaum Publishing Limited, I think it came out in 2009, I believe, because the spiritual one came out before, even though the UFO happened before and the psychic afterwards. It's the way it worked with me in terms of literature. My publisher said, well, we'll publish your book, but we can't include the part about the examination, the intrusive medical procedure, or the reptilians. And I said, why, John? Why can't we put that in there, John? He said, because the reptilians are, people don't understand. And he had a good point, because at that point in time, I didn't understand about reptilians, and I'm no expert in them. There are people out there who've done a far lot more brilliant research than I have. I'm more interested in the greys. But how do they fit into this paradigm? And I understood him, but the experiences I had been published years before in another magazine that was published by Matthew Williams, who's a British ufologist, and Truth Seekers magazine it was. But I understood that kind of, like, from the publishing point of view, when they brought the book out, kind of stung. But happily now I'm able to address it, even though I still don't understand major parts of it. Now, where are the aliens? Where are they? I was always led to believe that they were physical entities, and I'm not disputing that fact. I mean, people believe they come from this star system or that dimension, or perhaps us from the future, or the demonic aspect, which is interesting. But I wanted to find out where they were, and and why it was that in a lot of experiences with people in so-called abductions, where the Greys, for instance, the most famous beings in ufology, they've been stereotyped so badly now within media. It's I think that's the way it works, isn't it? We can't differentiate between fact and fiction, and I think the system that we serve likes that. What are they? Why are they interested in us as a human species? And from my understanding of them, they do appear like clone beings. Now, I know that some other authors have suggested, researchers, that what we're dealing with is some type of advanced AI technology. Again, I am open to all forms of speculation. I will not put myself in a corner. We have to be open to all avenues of research and thoughts on this. But my idea is that, with the work of Dr. David Jacobs and many other pioneering researchers, why is it that there seems to be secrecy surrounding the Greys and their program, their hidden program, of hybridization? Why are they interested in human reproduction? Why are they interested in what makes us tick? It's almost as if they've lost those components that they may have once had, and through the art of cloning, self-replication, have removed themselves from creation. Now, people say to me, well, we're clones. Well, yes, we're clones with a difference, though. We are born through the reproductive cycle. We go through a gestation period. And my understanding is that when I go back to the question of what we are, I believe that we are eternal beings. I believe that we carry memories from the other side. And when we come into this incarnation as a human being, a temporary human being, modulated to walk and experience this life for a brief period of time, that, you know, when we go out, we carry more memories that we've created through this life. And I believe in the other side. I know there's another side, most definitely, another dimension. And again, we get to the religious, you know, circuits that have tried to kind of like, you know, make it all fear and all wonderment and all that type of thing. And I think it's a natural process. But if, you know, so I believe that we incarnate and reincarnate, and then when we die, we go to source. You know, people call it God. I think we're all part of the same energy. But my argument here, and was the, you know, what if I cloned myself in a laboratory 10 times? I would have come through the normal channel of reproduction and passed back with the inherent memories that I've harbored from not only this life, but probably the past life and future lives. We've got to take that into consideration. The biological, physical clone copy of me will live, and when it dies, the question is its signature strong enough to get back to the Godhead? It would only have the memory of one single incarnation. And, you know, this is the question and people will ask, and the same was done in Blade Runner, you know, when the beings, you know, the clones said, you know, will they see God? So if an extraterrestrial species have self-replicated themselves, we're talking about spiritual ramifications. And this is where people say, no, we can't deal with that. We don't want to talk about that. Because, you know, when we're dealing with UFOs, we're dealing with physical structured crafts and physical beings. But, and I'm not disputing that, but let me give you an example. You have your mobile phone, and it is the physical hardware, and you have a signal that you cannot see that's kind of unique to you. That signal operates on a different frequency of awareness. You can't see it, you can't catch it, you can't destroy it, but it's there. And as it comes in, as it connects to this instrument, like the brain, it's downloaded its information from that dimension into this one so that we can understand it, so we can translate and do what we can with it. So when the physical hardware dies or is corrupted, the signal is still pure. And the signal, if the phone dies, will return to source or find another connection link to link with. Is it possible that the Greys from their side are using us in this way, that they come in, you know, rather like the signals to a mobile phone or signals through to our consciousness, and connect themselves into the human psyche? This is why a lot of, you know, the experiences that people have with UFOs, you know, when they come in, the lights are seen, the lights are very important. And then the abduction or whatever experience the individual is going through changes. It seems to come on a deeper level of psychosis, or, you know, a psychological level. It's almost like a deep subconscious part that seems to distort time and reality. And when the experience is finished, the individual is left with, you know, confused memories in a lot of cases, and sometimes it's hard for them to recall what happened to them unless they go to a regressionist. I mean, I remembered mine, but, you know, these things were interesting, why these beings are intent in, you know, masking themselves. And let me also, explain here as well about the lights. Now, the last time that my identical twin brother and I saw UFOs had been on the 9th of April 2016 at precisely 11:15 p.m. at night here in Kempston in Bedfordshire. I'm not going to go into it because it's a very long story. It's been documented, and the film that my niece had taken on her mobile phone has been analyzed as unknowns. But these huge 3 white discs were stationary and hovering about 90 feet above ground level when I brought my car home. We'd been out for a meal. It was dark and cold. I remember it very clearly. And they just hung there. And when we got out the car, we could see them from a great distance. I thought they were workmen's lanterns to begin with. They were not. and they had no markings, no sound. They were just sitting there in a triangular formation. They were separate because you could see the stars in between them, and there was some movement from one to the other and then back, and they aligned and went shot off. And this apparently had been recorded in another part of England, but they said, it must have been 10:15 p.m. I said, no, I don't change my facts. It was 11:15 p.m. And they realized that there could have been two sets of three lights, and other people had seen these lights. But I still don't understand. But one of the interesting thing is, when these lights arrived, when the crafts arrived, as we call them, there was no one. We lived down a street, a small street. It's not a busy street, but cars always come down the road now and again. There's someone walking their dog or coming from the pub. Well, that would have been nice for me, but I was driving, so I couldn't drink at the celebrations we were out with some police friends. There was no one. No, there was no cars. There was no people, and it felt like the atmosphere had changed, because when I got excited, like, oh my God, oh my God. And it was like that feeling when it's just snowed. So when these lights come in, when these UFOs or UAPs, the new acronym, come in, they, I believe, are distorting space and time, and they're bringing you into that fold. Now, another brilliant researcher that I've known about but met over the weekend, Barry Fitzgerald, has written a wonderful book called The Deception of Gods and Men, I think it is. Please forgive me, Barry, if I've got that title wrong. But Barry Fitzgerald, and he is assured that we are dealing with elements of the afterlife, or some negative part of that. And we're kind of like thinking along the same lines in terms of, why the phenomena represents itself in multifaceted forms. Why is it that we see different aliens? Where are they? Why do they deceive us as human beings? And what's interesting is that looking at the abduction phenomena, which I have very intently, it seemed to me to mirror the natural process of the near-death experience. So in NDE studies, I know they're two separate subjects and people put everything in its own boxes, but if you look at the near-death experience, you find that the person that's ready to leave their body, or they're crossing over, as it's called, they sometimes see a light, they see their loved ones or masters or whatever. There is a sense of timelessness. They communicate via telepathy, and the world they've left behind doesn't appear to be as real as the one they've entered. So it's like two sides of the coin. Remember the physical hardware and the signaling. And if their body is diseased on a physical level, when the NDE returns, because they have to return in order to report their experience. I mean, if they've died, it's no good, because they would be around to explain their experience. But when they've returned, if their body is diseased or in any way traumatized, they normally end up being healed miraculously. So it's cancer, whatever. Now, take the abduction phenomena. People are taken through walls and doors. They see lights. In most cases, they see the beings. There's a sense of timelessness. The beings communicate through telepathy. And remember, what happens in the near-death experience, because the person is no longer in the physical realm, their vibrations have heightened to another level or dimension, and that realm is real to them. But they're still attached to the body, because they have to come back. And the same, I believe, with the abduction hypothesis, is when someone's being abducted. Not in all cases, but a lot of cases, there's a sense of going through, physical material and going through the experience of seeing these beings, and the beings wanting something from them. But in a majority of cases also, the abduction experience is more negative than the near-death experience in a lot of cases. Sorry, I've used the word cases too many times. I get excited when we're talking about research. Anyway, what does this tell us? Now, mediums, what's interesting, not jumping the gun here, I've got to get this through because I'm like some, crazy scientist trying to think about everything. Mediums see lights around people when they're reading for them. Now, some mediums got it all worked out, saying, well, the lights come in. I have seen them. I see them directly in front of people, not on the peripheral view, but directly in front of them. They come in different colors. Some are gold, some are blue, some are like a pearl color. I mean, I know I'm colorblind, but I know my basic colors. What are these lights? You know, people who ask when I see them, I report them to the person if I'm reading for someone. And they said to me, who? I said, oh, I don't know who it is. I wouldn't tell you any old rubbish. I don't know, because I'm matter of fact, I'm black and white, yes or no. So it's interesting, isn't it, that those on what we call the spiritual dimension, their lights are much smaller or not as intense as those that's coming from UFOs, which come on a larger light form. And these lights then, in a lot of cases, disable, disrupt, or promote fear when they appear, when they come near. Now, that doesn't sound to me like a benevolent species of aliens. If you look at Skinwalker Ranch, I mean, you guys in the great United States of America will have heard of that, and many other places where the advent of the UFO phenomena seems to, you know, come hand in hand with a lot of paranormal activity. I thought, first of all, that perhaps what's happening is that when the UFOs come in from their dimension or their reality, they may somehow rip open a hole that is unstable, and a lot of this other dimensional reality seep through. I think I may be wrong there, because new research has shown that there may be a lot more that's involved with this than mere emerging of alternate dimensions of reality. But we have to take into consideration also that when we send a rocket up through the Earth's stratosphere, you know, that would create issues for the planet that is like a skin that does heal. But the astronauts also have reported that they feel different when they're in space. There is a connection, some kind of link. So when these abductions are taking place, it may be that because we're removed from the normal processing of consciousness that we're aware of here on Mother Earth, and we're removed from that, this may also lead to the understanding that memory is displaced, and when they come back, it can't be recorded fully, and it's stored within the subconscious mind. So the lights are very important. The phenomena is very important and very interesting on how there are varied levels of interaction with these so-called aliens. And I think that, you know, there is a history that goes back, which talks about good and evil. And I think the system that we serve is adamant in not releasing this information to the public. And because, you know, through the decades, they haven't helped themselves. I have to go back to Roswell, the most famous UFO case that started all really in terms of conspiracy. And I believe that a structured craft, because we've got to understand that perhaps these objects were, you know, have created themselves through our reality, or maybe it's more fantastic than that. But what makes me laugh is that the military said, oh, they were in possession of a flying disc, and then they said it was an experimental mobile weather balloon. So secret that they didn't even know it was missing. So it appears to me that, you know, the system is probably going to find it very difficult to explain to people, you know, the reality of the UFO phenomena. And although we've pigeonholed it into boxes like all space beings from another planet, but we're now beginning to realize that space is rather hostile and very vast. I mean, I'm not going to go into areas of the universe or multiverses or this type of thing, which is fascinating, and I've been looking into very, very deeply. But I think that these beings are interdimensional. I'm absolutely convinced, personally myself, that they're interdimensional. And, you know, and if I'm wrong, that's fine. I'm open to all forms of speculation, and I agree with everyone out there, whatever your thoughts are. I have no right to overstep your belief system, which is a very dangerous thing to do. But one of the other things we have to take into consideration is look at the Greys. They seem to have lost their identity. They do not understand about emotions, empathy. They have no memories. They don't know what taste, color, smell, love is. They've been robbed, it appears, of these attributes that they so desperately yearn for. The dangerous part now is that we, ourselves as human species, are beginning to, move forward rather like the Greys. You're not allowed to have an opinion today. You've got to think like everyone else. You're not to question. People don't want an identity. Where is this leading us now? And of course, the official narrative puts you in a corner. You're not allowed to speak without being attacked. You're not allowed to voice an opinion without being blocked or attacked. And you can see what's happening. So we're being, we're being wrapped in chains when the dangers, the inherent dangers of what's happening to us as a species is clearly evident. And yet, the system that we serve is adamant to promote fear. Now, the other thing as well, going into the alien hypothesis, UFO UAP hypothesis, notice how they changed the acronym into a more scientific explanation, unidentified aerial phenomena, because UFO, unidentified flying object, was too spacey, so the acronym had been changed to make it more scientific. And in the preliminary assessment of the unidentified aerial phenomena, which was released by the Federal Mandates Assessment and published on the 25th of June, which I know I've just got to read here so I don't get it the wrong way around, surmising its information regarding the UAP issue, it gave very little indeed, and we're still waiting for more information. And a lot of, brilliant and renowned UFO researchers around the world are waiting for these documents to come out. But what is the system going to tell us? One of the other things I discovered, and which is interesting, the 1989 abduction was not the only UFO experience. It was the only abduction that I recall. There very well may have been several others. One not so long ago that I'm still working on. There's another brilliant researcher in America who's going to help my twin brother and I with that. But I prefer to record facts and not embellish anything, which is important, to be honest and truthful and grounded with your research. But one of the things that I found is that this phenomena seems to operate on the guise of fear. It seems to work very well when you're worried or you're fearful or you're going through a really bad time. And it feels like maybe there's some kind of excretion that we send out that these energies are and can attach themselves to. And of course, the phenomena does come in many guises, many forms. And so are we dealing with one entity that's a huge mind consciousness that is here on Earth, or are we dealing with a faction of different entities? We don't know. But we do know that all across the world, the phenomena carries the same patterns. When UFOs are seen or experienced by good people, honest people, they normally report paranormal activity, discarnate voices. And this is very worrying. This is troublesome. Because I think this is why the system that we serve is not willing to release its data. And I'm sure that it's got most of its data from researchers out there in the world, secretly analyzing and collating information from other researchers to see what they make of the situation. And of course, they would have a core scientific unit or their best minds to try and work out what's going on. And I think myself personally that it's not good. I hope I'm proved wrong with that, because no one is willing to come forward. And every time you try to, use this like negative, you're unfortunately going to disable a lot of people's belief systems, those that are in the love and light aspect of it. But we have to look at the reality of the phenomena. It erases memory in a lot of cases. It tells untruths. It tells people about, how it cares for the world and, the environment. It's done nothing. My twin brother, Ronald, has always said that the phenomena has done nothing to help us. He's even stated that, they are able to disarm nuclear sites. And, if they were that concerned, why don't they continuously disable them so that we get the message? Going back into World War II, the Foo Fighters, were seen, were they not? Tailing Allied aircrafts, watching the warfare, but never getting involved. So, in the long run, I think we're looking at an amazing phenomena, and I'm fascinated by it, but also slightly worried, because all we've had from the system we serve is silence or ridicule. And this is how the media work. But I think now there's been a change in the way that a lot of the media cartel operate in terms of revealing these stories. Because now of this report that came out through to the Navy's witnessing of the Tic Tac UFOs, the very famous ones, was not the first time that they've been seen. It was the first time that the information came out and blew out of proportion, of control. So the system knew it had a problem on its hands and had to do something. And you're not going to tell me that the system wasn't aware of this or never has been aware of this. And this is where we come to in terms of disclosure. People want disclosure. Well, okay, you want disclosure. I mean, we all know as, prominent researchers, all of you know that, what are they going to say? We all know it's true. We know the phenomenon is true. It's there. It's unpredictable. It's also, it likes to secrete itself within the shadows. What is the system going to say? Okay, so UFOs and aliens are real, but, and there's going to be a really big but underlined in that, we can't control them. And we don't really know their true intentions. And if they do, they're not going to tell the public, because the public will freak. And you know that, and I know that, because you only have to mention fuel shortage or food shortage, and everyone's out, like watching something from the David Attenborough wildlife program, going ape. So you can see that we've got major problems, but I think that a lot of ufologists now are looking outside the box. I mean, I did years ago. I'm no expert. I don't have the answers, but I do work on theoretical content, and I am working on new applications to try and work out what we may be dealing with. And we have to bring in those other aspects that we shy away from, human species, where we derive from. I am convinced, however, that we were created by an extraterrestrial species, not so much the Greys. I believe that we were fashioned by something other than them. But we, are and represent two aspects. We are, the soul and physical. So it's like the mobile phone. You've got a signal and you've got the hardware. And it's interesting how the Greys operate on signaling frequencies, changing the environment, coming in this way. And, I'll give one other example here. The Betty and Barney Hill 1961 case in New Hampshire. Beautiful, loving couple coming back from a holiday. And, Barney gets out the car after Betty, and he witnessed this object that is not a satellite or a moon. And Barney sees the UFO at close range through his binoculars. And, understandably, both couples freak. They get in the car, there's some beeping sounds. And then the abduction comes through on a deeper level of conscious awareness in dream state. So even these beings seem to disable space and time. And they came on an alternative level of reality to that couple. So this is very interesting to try and work out why we don't have physical proof. What's really strange and puzzles me and bothers me is these cases of crashed down UFOs that come in remote areas. We don't know. We just have to, work around that. But the phenomena does show us that there are two aspects to it. One seems to be physical, and the other seems to be operating on a non-physical level of awareness or reality. So, this is where I've been taking a lot of my work. Now, as I said, the last UFOs that me and my twin brother had seen was on the 9th of April 2016 at 11:15 p.m. at night. And one of the things I kept trying to ask myself is, why are they here? What do they want? They'll know that we'll go and tell people. Thank God it was filmed and recorded and analyzed. Not when they were directly stationed over us. They were huge, but on their way, because my niece, who'd driven ahead of us, had pulled her car over after she dropped her mother off in Lower Shelton. She lived in Marston Mortain. She pulled the car over and filmed them on her phone, and she was trying to get hold of me on my mobile phone while we were there watching them. And I wouldn't pick up my phone out of its man bag, because I knew that the moment I'd do that, they'd disappear. And I wasn't interested in people saying, I want proof, I want this, I want that. Well, I'm afraid that whatever you give someone will not be satisfactory. That unless they've had the experience themselves, they will not believe, those that are negative in that area anyway. But one of the things is why, and people have it all worked out for you, but when you are there, when they are above you, let me tell you that changes everything. They weren't secret military crafts. My brother and I will tell you they were not. And the feeling I got, and Ronald got, was that they're not from here. And it was spectacular. It was incredible the way they moved. And the next day, on the 10th of April, slightly earlier, I can't remember, around about 7 or 8 o'clock, a helicopter came over, very low over the house. And 3 times, see the pilots. It wasn't a black helicopter. It wasn't a police helicopter. You could see it so low, they could see the pilots in front because they were facing us and going round in 3 circles and went off. And I kept thinking to myself, my goodness me, this seems to generate levels of high strangeness, doesn't it? Because you hear this. And the other thing I found is that when you meet people, genuine people, who've had UFO experiences or experiences with what we call aliens, there's a lot more to them than just that experience. And it's like literally going down the rabbit hole, isn't it, with regards to the phenomena. I think that's what, when you get involved in this subject matter, you begin to realize that you have to loosen your grip on reality, because you're going to be taken for a ride. But what I tend to do, or what I try to do, is remain fixed and grounded. So, this is interesting. There are and have been new developments with me. Some things that I'm not willing yet to share, because I need some help with that I'm getting, me and my twin brother are getting, and may answer some truly extraordinary questions. But make no mistake here on this wonderful conference with Rob, I am no expert. I'm just a man looking for his own truths and trying to understand those things the system we serve tells us does not exist. Now, I will say again, very briefly, that I, with Nigel Ross is here in England, Nigel Ross created NUFORS, the National UFO Reporting Service, because we realized that a lot of reports are being hidden and not being revealed to the public, or the best reports, let's put it that way. So Nigel set this group up, and I wrote to Theresa May in Parliament after she was Prime Minister, asking whether or not she would be able to help us, because she was instrumental in the Gary McKinnon case. Everyone knows about that case here in England, and was involved with Your Great Country, with him infiltrating some sensitive information that he wasn't meant to see. So I wrote a letter to her, a long letter. I have a copy of the letter detailing the fact that we wanted Parliament to get involved with our understanding of the UFO phenomena, such as it was, and bring some of those people within Parliament who are interested forward, and lay everything on the table. No lies, just bring the truth. Let's work together to try and work this out. Because here in England, you see, there's still not really much in the way of disclosure at all, except for the Ministry of Defence, which they had a small department of, cataloguing them, and that was about it for years. But, we got silenced back. And these, it makes me laugh, are the people that are meant to be for us. These are parliamentary people, and they're supposed to be there to help us, to guide us, to assist us. But the system ignored it. And, my understanding is they don't want the public to know. So we're up against a huge challenge here, folks, because, as researchers, authors, whatever you are, whatever you're doing, you don't have to be famous or well-known to do that. We're all on the same level. I say to you, just, keep yourself together. Be honest, be open, and, believe in your truth. So I hope that's made some sense.
Absolutely. And Philip, every time you come through, it's incredible. You tear it down with a bunch of information, and your perspective on the entire phenomenon of that contact, for me, it resonates so immensely across your energy when you're talking about it. It's so easy to take in and be like, yes, yes,
Mm.
because it makes sense. You make it make sense. So I appreciate you, brother, and always love when you speak on these conferences. Always.
I would love to just know the truth. I think we all just want to know the truth, and that is exactly what. At the moment, it's still hard, but I tell you what, keep fighting, you X-Files guys out there, Mulders and Scullys. Keep seeking, keep searching, and believe in your truth. But please keep yourself grounded and be honest. I always say to people, be very honest. Don't lie. What's the point in lying? You won't get anywhere. You get found out. Just be honest.
I totally agree. And brother, I can't wait to do a show with you again. I have to have you come back on the show so we could do a follow-up from the last one. And like I said, your presentations are always superb, so much so that I'm just in awe when you're talking. So I appreciate you, brother, and it's always great to have you here. Always.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and God love and Godspeed to all of you and all your other wonderful and brilliant guests. Wonderful.
Thank you very much, Philip. Really appreciate it, brother. Love you, and have a wonderful day, and we'll be in contact after the conference.
Okay, you bet, you guys, and love to all of you, and Stone Hobbit, thank you, my lovely. God bless you all. I'm going to leave now, and stay safe. God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right. So next up is one of my very, very, very good friends. Just like Omar on the other side, we have a thing that we do on Clubhouse. And I actually met this gentleman a while back on an app called Stereo. And the first conversation we had was about 5 minutes long, 5 hours long, 5 minutes, 5 hours long. And all we did was talk about esoteric contact. He's a hell of a handsome dude. I see him as if I don't get to see Researcher often on the screen, but I'm going to bring in the slideshow that he brought us, and it is just, when I tell you this kid knocks it out of the park every day. I really mean every day. He truly is one of the best researchers that I've ever met, with his ability to dive in deep, make contact and correlations, and everything makes sense when he's talking about it. So before his slideshow is processing on the way up, I'm going to bring in Researcher, my brother. How
Hey,
are you?
hey, what's happening, Rob? How are you doing?
I'm doing great, brother. You're coming straight from Jamaica, right? Tell the people who Researcher Stoff is.
What's happening, everybody? Greetings. I'm Researcher Stoff. I am hailing to you from the sweet island of Jamaica. And yes, I am an independent researcher, a critical thinker, a truth seeker, and a co-founder of the Truth Seekers Tavern with yours truly, Rob the Ox. So, it's a pleasure to be here on the Full Spectrum Universe and watch us talk. You guys put on awesome events. It's an honor to be here with you guys. So,
Dude, we love having you here. Right now, your audio is coming in a little choppy. Is there a way? Is something going on? Maybe.
hold on.
There you go. Let's check it out. And then I've
Nice
got
to see you,
the.
Sophie. You're just as sexy as Rob was saying, brother. Thank you very
I
much.
told you he's a good-looking
Here.
dude, man. I told you.
Yeah, I appreciate
Hey,
you.
Omar.
You're a legend, my man. Here, I'll toss myself on screen just for a minute.
There you go.
Here I am.
Thank you. What's happening? What's happening?
Not much, brother.
Greetings.
Thank you very much for being here. But really appreciate you jumping in and giving us an upload. So, I'll leave there. Love you, homie. Just wanted to let you see what I look like. I'm sure you know what I look like, but I thought
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I've been watching you a lot, Omar. What's happening?
Thank you, brother.
We got the 3 people here. So,
yeah.
can you hear me? Is it better now, Rob? Is the audio better now?
It's still chopping a little bit. I don't know what's doing it. Maybe it's the connection. I'm not sure, but
let me check my connection real quick.
Okay. So another thing that, we just got to talk to Dr. Peter McCullough the other day, and it was a phenomenal interview. We've been trailblazing on Clubhouse a little bit, trying to get different speakers to talk about some of the surface level programming that we face, and what they do to really dumb us down and make us not apparent or cognizant, or make us really have discernment or be able to make our own informed decisions. So we've been fighting back against that the misinformation and the tyranny of mass media. So that's one of the things that we pride ourselves on. And guys, if you haven't yet, I've been sending out in the chats. I'm doing a Substack, which is a newsletter. Truth Seekers has one as well, which we're going to post very soon. But Full Spectrum Universe has that newsletter. And what we're going to do is we're going to take written form of what we talk about on these shows and give you things to take with you in the sense of articles to show people and really turn people on to what we're doing here. And it's going to give you more than just an episode, because some people don't like sitting through episodes. So when they, what they don't do is they don't sit there and listen. So when you show them something in written form and they can read it and really kind of, process it in that medium, it tends to help people to wake up as well. So we're sending that out as well. Researcher, how you doing over there? You good?
I'm doing great, Rob. How is my audio now? Is that better?
It's a little bit better. Let's just,
It's a little bit better.
Yeah, we'll go into it. Hold on.
All
Let's bring
right.
up the presentation. I'm going to alleviate myself from the screen. I am here audio wise, but if you need
All
me,
right.
just call me. I know you want me to jump in at certain points, but go ahead. All you have to do is when you're ready to hit the next slide, tell me, say next slide, and I'll shoot it over.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rob. So welcome, everybody. Today I'll be presenting on UFOs and the secret space programs. Now, over the years, we've seen many sightings, anomalies, and NASA, of course, has never given us a straight answer on this particular topic. So I've done some research to present to you all some evidence to support the UFOs, UAPs.
Researcher?
They've been. Yeah.
Can you back up from the mic? If you back up, it gets better. The further back
Okay,
you are
how's that?
from the
Is
mic,
that better now?
I think it's a little bit better.
Is that better now?
Yeah, it sounds better. Go ahead.
Awesome. So UFOs and the secret space program, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go over a few basic terminology. We're going to dive into the history of certain secret space programs, UFO developments, and talk a little bit about the different factions and the technology closer towards the end. So with that being said, my name is Researcher Stoff, and it's a pleasure to be here, guys, and let's get into it. And you can see some images here on the opening slide that I've posted. These are the Hannibal models you can see in the top right, various images there, but let's get straight into it. Rob, next slide. So we're going to go through a little introduction. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of UFOs, some various types, UFO sightings, and we're also going to talk about USOs a little bit, and UAPs, which is a new classification that they're giving them right now. And of course, we cannot mention NASA in this entire conversation, can we not? They're at the forefront of the suppression of the propaganda. So let's get into it. Next slide. All right. So we're going to talk about the secret space programs, a little bit of a history of them, and
Hey,
some
researcher,
of the SSP
while you're doing the presentation, shut the camera down. Bet you that helps from the choppiness of the audio a little bit.
All right, hold on. Is that better?
Definitely a little bit better.
Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about the secret space programs, the history of the secret space programs, the SSP factions, and I'm going to wrap up with some conclusions, and you can see the references at the end. Next slide, Rob. All right, so we're going to go through some terminology and some abbreviations. Unidentified flying objects, which are UFOs. This is the terminology that has been assigned and classified to them. Unidentified submersible objects, which are USOs. Unidentified aerial phenomenon, which is a new classification that we're seeing them classify these UFOs right now. So special access projects or special access programs, we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. And of course, the secret space programs, abbreviated SSP. So you will see these abbreviations during the presentation. So let's get into it. Next slide. All right. So now this document that you're seeing on the right is from the Department of the U.S. Air Force. They classify UFOs as any airborne object which by performance, aerodynamic characteristics, or unusual features does not conform to known aircraft or missiles, or which does not correspond to definitions in A or B above, which is actually in this document. Now, they've been looking at these unidentified flying objects for quite some time. And this document here, which has been declassified, is proof that the US government, the Department of the Air Force, has been monitoring, tracking all of this information regarding these sightings. So let's go a little bit further. Next slide, Rob. Awesome. Now you see this picture on the right here. This was taken from the Amalgamated Flying Saucer Club of America, which is headquartered in Los Angeles. And they released this photo. It was taken in New Jersey in 1952. Now, as you can see, it shows a flying saucer in flight, right? Any comments on that one, Rob?
I think, a lot of these pictures that we see coming out, what they've done is they've tried to debunk a lot of them. But with that being said, they've pushed a narrative, especially through things like Project Blue Book and you know what I mean? Those types of programs to really, I want to discredit is more of a better word than debunk. They try to discredit these photos. These photos are actually seen more prevalent, and when people actually look into the digital makeup of those photos, they actually end up being completely true. So,
indeed. It's interesting, Rob. The suppression that goes into the UFO file. It seems to be one of the most highly suppressed classified documents. The entire archive that they have, it's compartmentalized above several different levels, and we're going to get into that when we talk about special access programs a little bit later.
Just quickly, can I jump in there with that image? Just from observation, I've seen lots of images before, and the images falls when you have like a direct, like your camera is pointed directly at it. You have that leveled image. But with this one, you can tell that somebody was in a hurry to take that picture, because you can look at the pole. It's sideways. They like kind of grab the camera, they'll and put their head sideways and grabbed it really quick, right? So that's right there that this picture is genuine because of the fact that it's angled.
I agree with that, Omar. And this is what we need to take into consideration when we're reviewing the evidence. So you're going to see quite a lot of interesting pictures in this slide today, and we're going to have a nice discussion about it. So UFO sightings have officially been recorded in Canada, Sweden, Denmark, Greece, Australia, and the United Kingdom. The most complete records were those of Project Blue Book, so they say, but we know better than that, right? The earliest UFO sightings in recorded history can be found in 4th century Chinese texts claiming that a moonboat hovered above China every 12 years. Now that's kind of interesting. I might need to dive into that particular ancient lore, you know what I'm saying, about China. I haven't even looked into that one yet. But let's go to the next slide, Rob. Now, other enthusiasts cite the book of Ezekiel, which is a very interesting case study you can do on some of the scriptures in that book. But in the book of Ezekiel, a curious vessel dropped from the sky and landed in Chaldea, which is modern day Kuwait. A wave of these sightings occurred near Rome in 218 BC, and again in Germany in 1561. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Speeding up a little bit, during World War II, right, more recently in history, Allied pilots coined the term Foo Fighters for the bizarre orbs of light that some insisted flew alongside their planes during combat. Have you ever heard about the Foo Fighters, Rob or Omar?
I sure have, brother.
Absolutely.
I sure have. Weren't those the lights that would like wrap themselves around or hover around the aircrafts, and then the aircraft would lose power?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
the one, right? If my
Yes.
memory serves me correct, yeah.
And also in
That is correct,
Vietnam,
yeah.
they would shoot at them with, they called them Foo Fighters in Vietnam too. They would shoot at them with missiles, only to have those artillery shells shot back at boats in the rivers 10 hours, 12 hours later. It's wild stories coming out
Yeah,
of
yeah, it's
Vietnam.
interesting.
Absolutely. And you know, when we see these reports, these incidents of UFOs and unidentified phenomena through time, we should take it into consideration, especially if we have, you know, several pilots indicating that they saw something. I don't know why they like to hide and suppress this information, but we're going to get into it. And maybe we can figure out some of the reasons why the suppression is taking place. So let's go to the next slide, Rob. Now, this is an interesting one. Do you guys like these images? Researcher brings the evidence, right? The evidence. This is what I'm entering
Always.
into the conversation. Now, take a look at what you're seeing here. As you can see, there's schematic diagrams on the top left, and you can see actual pictures of these models in flight, right? Rather interesting, don't you think? So, are you familiar with the Hanabu models, Rob?
I'm looking at them and they look familiar, but I've never called them the Hanabu models. But go ahead, man. They look right on the money, and you can see, like you said, they're in flight. So obviously,
Mhm.
some of those pictures could account for these specific craft being photographed from them, or from a suburban street when they're test flying it.
Yeah, yeah. Any comments, Omar, on these pictures that you're looking on here? I want to kind of pass the mic around while we go through these slides, you know?
Yeah, I'm looking at those, and it's kind of reminding me of a design that we would see on the Vimanas that we see in ancient India, especially the drawings up on the left-hand side. That really gives me an indication and a memory of Vimanas
I
out of
see it.
ancient India.
Yes, I do. I do see what you're talking about because I have seen schematic drawings of Vimanas, and there is some resemblance with some of the models. What I would postulate is that maybe the persons who developed these were privy to some of the Vimana technology. Maybe that makes sense. You know, I haven't really found any continuity in the information, but I do know that Hitler was doing a lot of research, you know, before all of this stuff was developed, and he found some very interesting stuff in the Middle Eastern region. So, you know, maybe not.
They were definitely artifact hunting and trying to find some sort of upper hand through spiritual technique and or artifact, for sure.
Indeed, indeed. So what you guys are looking on are Nazi Hanabu models, right? Now these are the ones that are typically called flying saucers, and you can see there's several types. The Hanabu 1 to 3, I think, are in some of these pictures, and they're not to scale, so you can't see, you know, the exact scale of, especially for the ones in flight. But the models 3 and 4 are quite large, almost cruiser types, right? So when you think about what they can do, their capabilities, it's really fascinating that they had this stuff in the, you know, right towards the end of World War II, and this is when this was developed, you know. So just wanted to give you guys a quick history on the Hanabu models, but there's many other types of UFOs that have been spotted, right? We mentioned the Foo Fighters talking about these orbs earlier, and we've seen plasma orbs being spotted. We've seen cigar-shaped cruisers. Do you guys remember when we were seeing those sightings of the large cigar-shaped crafts? I can't be the only one.
Yeah,
That's like the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I've never seen a cigar-shaped one, but I have seen the saucer type, and once I saw the triangular one, but more than likely that was a TR3B, I'm thinking.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's part of the compartmentalized special access projects. You know, they're developing a lot of stuff using the taxpayers' dollars. But yeah, so you got many different types out there, the cigar-shaped ones, the TR3 series, and many other phenomena. So do you guys have any comments on this slide before we move forward?
No, I'm kind of curious to go look up some of those things myself too, the Hanabus, and check out what they say was the actual story for their development and things like that, and look a little bit further into it. So you definitely piqued my interest on that one.
Oh, it gets deep, Rob. You're gonna hear about an anti-gravitic device that they were researching, called the Glock, or the Nazi bell. as some
Das
call it.
Glockenspiel, the Wunderwaffe.
Yes, that one.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, with that bell, didn't it like land in Philadelphia or something like that?
1967.
Yeah, that's it.
In the forest of Philly, and then it fell, and they took it away immediately. Nobody saw it. Like one person saw it, and that person was disappeared shortly afterwards.
Yeah, and isn't there like a great big statue of the bell there as well now? Could have sworn I thought.
Yeah, they do have some bell statues. You're correct, Omar.
Yeah.
There's even some, well, we could do an entire show on just bells, because there's certainly a history there that they're hiding from us.
That's where they were creating a Stonehenge. Once they got into Berlin, they found the Stonehenge with the chains on it. That it's not really a Stonehenge, but it looks like it, and it has the arches, and the bell was attached to chains in the center of it, and then it just disappeared with the creator. So it wasn't just the bell that was gone; it was the guy who made it too.
Interesting. And those henge structures that you mentioned, we definitely need to dive into that, because they're definitely not telling us the full story about the technology that was available at the time. But we're gonna dive further into it. So let's go to the next slide. So guys, these images here, as you can see, the one on the right, that's real. Okay? That's some real stuff. You can question this, you can validate it, you can ask yourself, what is that cross that is on it right there, right beside the number 15? What do these emblems stand for? Right? So this is part of the Nazi German development program, their secret space program that they had going on. And this is one of the early Hanabu type models. This is probably one of the best pictures that I have found, a close-up, to see what it looks like, especially showing underneath. So yeah, any comments on this one? This is just for visual representation.
You got something there, bro, because I've never seen these photos, and I'm looking at them and I'm like, holy shit. I've never seen that close up on it. So I mean, that's a Nazi UFO. That cross is a Nazi symbol. They used to put it on all their aircraft from, even World War I, before it was the Nazis. It was the Bolsheviks of Germany, and they had that cross, that specific cross. So I know exactly what that cross stands for. And it looks like they even have port windows and the old style machine guns that they used to put on the front of those two-seater propeller planes.
Yes, sir. And that's how you know the time of this. You can place this technology to a certain time period because of the type of guns that they were using. And it's interesting. They did say that there were problems. They ran with development because they were trying to figure out how do they attach a weapon system to a saucer that has like a spinning frame. You know what I'm saying? So that extra part at the top was also to enable for better targeting.
And that stays stationary, right? The whole thing spins in that stationary, that top portion, that top lid, which gives it that circular motion, which would create that anti-gravity style magnetic motion. If we look at it, that's what Mike Fiorentino talks about when he uses the magnets, and they whip around in a specific manner, and it creates the anti-gravity. That's wild.
Yeah, and to build on that just a little bit, Rob, right? those three little hemispheres that you see underneath. I'm not sure if that's part of the system too, but they seem to be on all the Hannibal models. They seem to have these three you know, I should say like the cut off spheres, like half of the sphere, the bottom half of it, orientated in like a triangular formation. Now, precisely, I think that you mentioned the guy Fiorentino. There's a whole lot of research on this stuff that they're not telling us, right? History needs to be rewritten accurately because there are people who, well, we'll dive into that a little bit later. But Omar, any comments on this picture, these slides here?
Yeah, brother, I just want to say I've never seen an image like this close up before, and that symbol that we see on there that looks like a cross is actually a ancient Saturnistic Saturn symbol right there. I showed that
and
a little bit
that would make
earlier
sense
this morning. Yeah, very Saturnistic.
Because there is a connection between the secret societies, Saturn, the Vatican, the German Order of the Black Sun. Maybe we should do a talk on secret societies, Rob. I know that would be fun as well.
Okay.
But yeah, that's right up my alley, bro. You know I'm down with that for sure.
We're gonna touch on it just a little bit towards the end. But yeah, so this is why I do the research, to provide people with the evidence so that they can see for themselves. Does it look real to you? Well, yeah, that was a rhetorical question. Well, let's continue, guys. This is going to be a fascinating discussion, and we're just in the UFO section right now. So let's continue. Next slide. Now, what am I mentioning here? Well, apparently, this is a UFO sighting that took place at Obama's inauguration, when CNN used to tell the truth. I'm just joking. I'm being facetious.
I was going to say it was a lot longer before that. I don't think CNN has ever told the truth. Project Mockingbird.
Exactly. So what I really want to emphasize here is that sometimes at certain events, these UFOs tend to be spotted. These craft tend to be spotted at certain specific events. And I'm led to believe that that is not a coincidence. What are your feelings on that?
I think like these certain events create emotional energies, and those energies can be fed off of like the excitement around Obama becoming president. Now, while some people may be like, how were people excited? There was a lot of excitement created for this event, and it was a historical event. So, the first black president, of course, people would want to see this ceremony be so hyped up, and the UFOs seem to channel that and come in those moments that are so high energy for people.
Yeah, I agree. And, I would have to argue the black part, though, Rob.
Yeah, well, we know that, but from what they believed, right?
Yeah. I don't want to say it because I might flag this video, but, I would have to argue against that one.
Don't talk about Michael either. Don't talk about Michael.
Yeah, that's right. But, interestingly enough, you're right. The energy that people created, and I would assume that ET is monitoring us, 24/7. And when they see something historical like this happening, I am pretty sure that they would show up. And anywhere we have like huge energy, like I heard that there were UFOs spotted during the trucker protest in Ottawa not that long ago. So it's
wow.
It's kind of
think about Uluru. They showed up too.
Uluru showed up too. So it's quite interesting. With there's a whole huge gathering of people, UFOs tend to show up. I wonder if that's like splitting a timeline, and they're observing that timeline as to like how that timeline began.
Oh wow.
I'm not quite sure, because I would imagine that these high energy events that happen in human history would be almost like a chapter, like a turning point or a split in the timeline. And then we have this timeline happening, another timeline happening, kind of like back in the day when George Bush and Al Gore were running and Al Gore lost, but there would be two timelines split from that. And I would feel that the same thing would have happened here.
Very much
You know,
so.
that's an interesting observation you bring up, because you know, when we talk about timeline splitting and the type of technology that some of these groups have access to, it gets kind of scary, Omar. It gets kind of scary. I'm not even gonna lie. Some of the stuff that they're capable of doing with the technology that they have access to, um, you know, it really frightens me, especially if these
World
people are
or
using it.
planetary ending type of technology. That's what it really comes down to. It's like you could literally snuff
Yeah.
out the entire multiverse, probably.
Well, you know, I know that they have technology out there that is able to destroy, you know, stuff on like a planetary level. The stuff that's like, you know, affecting different planes of reality now, like CERN, you know, and those type of experiments. You know, well, I have no idea what's gonna come of that, but there are many portals on the surface of this planet. Some of them are natural, and some of them are created, you know, through use of technology and so forth. But it's rather interesting. But I kind of wanted to bring up this stuff about Obama's inauguration, and also kind of talk about one thing before I go to the next slide. Right? Think about have you? Or let me ask you this question, Rob and Omar. Have you ever heard about Obama going to Mars?
No,
I
I've not heard that.
about him possibly being a secret space program like adjuvant. Like he went there, went through training, and then he came back, and now that's why
Oh, Rob, you heard of it? Okay.
they had him become the president. They hoisted him into the presidency because they were coming up on the end of a bargaining agreement with alien races, and they wanted somebody who was, I guess, versed in what's going on out there with the planetary corporations and whatnot to be able to speak on behalf of humankind.
How interesting. I never heard that before. When you said training, you know, I had other things going through my mind, and not Mars.
Oh God! Listen, I go down a rabbit hole sometimes, and I can't come back out unless I've got like 2 shovels and some spiked shoes. Like I really jump down the rabbit hole sometimes. I'm not gonna lie
Same
about it.
here. And everything around Obama to me is like a little fishy, right? It's a little strange, and there's a lot of weird things happening with that guy, and his partner. I'm not really, you know, not quite sure what's going on with him, but that is first news for me that he was part of SSP. Now I wonder how many times he's done the 20 and back. Right, that's you know, something I would have to think about if he's going to Mars to do this type of
That's an
training.
interesting question.
I was going to say, I know he could take the 8.
idea
The
how
8.
to
I
answer
can
that.
say he could take the 8 and back, but 20 and back, that's a little bit, you know, a little bit too out of control. Or is that too much of a dirty joke for everybody?
Yeah, it's appropriate.
All right, so take a look at well, actually, go just look up Obama's trip to Mars, and you'll find some interesting stuff. All right, but let's go to the next slide. All right, Rob, we can talk about that rabbit hole another time. Now, everybody has heard about this one, right? The Black Knight satellite. Some say this is over 13,000 years old. I don't know where they're getting those numbers from, but as you can see, this is definitely one of the anomalies that NASA has photographed, and they've tried to obfuscate and delete these photos or put them in places where we can't access them. So the image on the lower right is, you know, basically showing you the atmosphere, and this Black Knight satellite in the upper atmosphere, and the top image is basically like an enhanced close-up view of the same object, which is known as the Black Knight satellite. Now, the Black Knight satellite is an object that's seen in Earth's orbit. Its composition is unknown, and many believe it to be constructed of some sort of metal. It is metallic, and it has reflective characteristics where light hits it. It moved slowly through space, apparently not in line with how Earth's gravitational pull should have moved it. So this is how they first detected it as an anomaly, because it wasn't following Earth's gravitational pull. So the first known sighting was in 1954, but photographic proof was not provided until 1998. Now, some accounts of the Black Knight satellite claim it has been orbiting Earth for over a century, but there is absolutely nothing to substantiate that. Allegedly, after this proof was shared with the world, the object disappeared from orbit and has not been seen since. Now, clearly we know there's something there. It's in the photograph, you know, if you believe NASA. Of course, they're not putting this front and center for you to see. But if you ask NASA about the Black Knight satellite, they will say that, oh, it's you know, give you some sort of deflection excuse, as they always do. But let's move forward. We're going to talk. Well, actually, any comments on the Black Knight satellite?
Sophie, let me jump in there. Interesting thing about this Black Knight satellite is that it's in a polar orbit, meaning that it's going from north into the southern hemisphere, and communication satellites are on the equatorial orbit. So if you have a polar orbit, then you have access or range to the entirety of the planet, instead of if you're on the equatorial orbit as well. Cliff Dunning from Earth Ancients recently, or well, a couple of years ago now, wrote a wonderful book on Black Knight satellite, which I think you might find of interest. And anybody out there who has an interest in this Black Knight satellite, like myself, that is a wonderful reference to go and check out. Cliff Dunning from Earth Ancients. I'll try to get the title here for you guys in the background while Stoffy is giving us an upload.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you. Awesome. And that's what we got to do, guys. We got to share the information. Rob, any comments on the Black Knight satellite before we transition?
No, I mean, I'm intrigued to learn more about it myself. I'm not versed on the Black Knight satellite too much. It's one hole I haven't dove down head first, but yeah, we've talked about it a couple of times, but not in great detail. But no, yeah, it's like Omar said, that polar orbit is way different than that equatorial orbit, and that's going to really give them access to anything that they want on this planet. They have full access to it at that point. You can't be, you know, they can literally see across the entire surface of the Earth from there.
Billy Carson from Forbidden Knowledge recently did a documentary. I think it's like a 3-part documentary on the Black Knight satellite as well. I have huge interest in this stuff. This is like one of the mysteries that we need to solve. And Forbidden Knowledge, Billy Carson, is another great source to learn about this. I'll try to find the link for that documentary for you guys as well.
Yes, he is. I love Billy Carson, man. He's just an awesome human being. He's spreading so much knowledge, dropping so much gems to enlighten the people about what's been suppressed on this planet. You know, he covers so many areas. It's hard to kind of, you know, tie it down into one place. I mean, you know, spiritual development, ancient histories, the space stuff. You know,
it's all connected.
I definitely, yeah.
He's kind of like our buddy Neil Gore, right? Give him some gum.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll tell you the molecular makeup of that gum.
That's right. Or you get to tell him you want a presentation on goldfish. Yeah. It'll make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say something else. Oh, yeah. If you guys want to check out some of the conversations that I've had with Billy Carson, you can see that under the video archives. Just a shameless plug there during the presentation.
Ooh, awesome. I don't mind. I do not mind. I will be checking that out, Omar. Thank you. Make sure you send me the link for that. So, guys, we're awesome. So guys, we're going to move on right now to the USOs, right? And we're going to talk about the Baltic Sea anomaly for just a little bit. Now, USOs, unidentified submersible objects, submergible objects. Now, the Baltic Sea anomaly was discovered, and explorers discovered it in June 2011, right? It was called the Baltic Sea anomaly, and it's roughly 70 meters long. You know, it has a strange, shape. Let's call it that. That doesn't look like a natural structure, right? So there's been many people have postulated that it's a crashed UFO that crashed in the ocean and found its way there. Some say it's very old. We don't have any evidence to substantiate the age of this so-called artifact, but it definitely is an anomaly, and it's worth mentioning regarding the topics of USOs, especially since most of these craft that are now being developed seem to have underwater capabilities as well. Now, let's move to the next slide, and we'll kind of talk about the Baltic Sea anomaly a little bit more. So the image at the top that you're seeing is a tuned sonar image of the Baltic Sea anomaly. Now, this is what convinced me that we're not looking at some sort of geographic or geological formation, I should say, right? Which is the excuse that some of these researchers like to give. Oh, it's nothing but a geological formation underwater. Anyway. So when you look at these,
Yanaguni.
Go ahead, Omar.
The Yanaguni comes to mind off the coast of Japan. That is clearly a man-made object that's been submerged underwater. But they continuously go there and say, no, that's a natural formation, blah, blah, blah. But that is incorrect. That is made by someone.
I agree. It is incorrect. So in terms of like, we see their modus operandi, Omar. It's like that's the excuse that they use for deflection. Oh, it's a natural geologic formation. Just forget about it. So anyway, we can see here some rectilinear formations here, sharp lines, sharp edges, and this gives us an indication that this structure is man-made. As Omar said, there's various indications that you can use when you're looking at these or when you're analyzing these underwater structures. Now, Stefan Hagerborn, which is part of the Ocean X team, and they did some extensive work on the Baltic Sea anomaly. They said their electrical equipment stopped working when they got to within 200 meters of the Baltic Sea bed. Interesting.
EMP, anybody? Right? EMP? Protective layer? Protective layer?
Yeah. Well, think about it. If the object is giving off some sort of electromagnetic disturbance, right, that is affecting your electronics, then even more reason to believe that it's not a natural geologic formation, although there are some natural areas on the earth that do have similar types of phenomena there, but albeit for a different purpose, or I should say a different reason. But yeah, so he's quoted by the NDTV as saying anything electric out there, and the satellite phone as well, stopped working when we were above the object. So let's move forward. One more slide on the Baltic Sea anomaly here. And here we see somebody has done quite an interesting analysis, a structural analysis of the dimensions and structures of the Baltic Sea anomaly. And, I had to add this in there because I was like, well, see for yourself, So I definitely think that it's, like a Millennium Falcon type spacecraft that we're looking on here.
I was going to say the same thing. Just like Chewbacca should be driving that thing. Like, that's exactly what that looks like.
That's what I was just thinking too.
Or it's the front saucer of the Stargazer from Star Trek.
Well, guys, it's like Star Wars, Star Trek, all that stuff is kind of real. But let's move forward. So the Baltic Sea anomaly. Let's go to the UAPs now, right? So what are UAPs? Unidentified aerial phenomenon. This is the new classification that they're giving it. So as stated by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the ODNI, in 2021, unidentified aerial phenomena, or are airborne objects that are not immediately identifiable. The acronym UAP represents the broadest category of airborne objects reviewed for analysis. Now, quick comment here. This is the new classification that they're putting UFOs under. All right. So just to update, they're calling them UAPs now, not UFOs, but tomato. All right. So USG, United States Government or Industrial Development Programs. Now, some UAP observations could be attributable to developments and classified programs by U.S. entities. Let me repeat that. Some UAP observations could be attributable to developments and classified programs by U.S. entities. Any comments?
Well, that goes back to what you were talking about before with the Hammurabis and the manufacturing of instances where they're man-made or homemade objects that we're seeing, and everybody goes, "Oh, look what I got on camera. You see it?" And it's like, "Yeah, we built that."
That's why I think they've created drones, right? That we see every day that people have. This, I think, one of the reasons why they are allowing people to fly these drones around, so that anytime a UFO is seen, they can pass it off as saying that no, it's a drone. And the whole UAP thing, all it is that the government shot themselves in the foot by putting this stigma around the word UFO. And because there was so much stigma attached to it, they have to approach it, I think, with a different language, right? Unidentified phenomenon. And now they're trying to work around that to put credibility. Because the thing we have to always keep and remember that these guys, even though they lie to us, they do have to tell us the truth. That's part of the karmic law, the universal law. So they have to tell us in one way or another. They might, beat around the bush for a little while, but towards the end, they have to do it. And I think the rebranding is based off of that whole conspiracy stigma that they attach to it themselves, and then now they're trying to dig their way out of it.
I agree with you, Omar, because they've dug themselves into quite a mire right now. But we're gonna talk a little bit about some of that. I want to really get to the end, right? So we
we've got about 20 minutes left, and you still got
20 minutes. All right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
like
rapid fire for
go through.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go rapid fire now, Rob. All right. So my I should say, what I want to reiterate right here is that they themselves give us indication that some of these UFOs, UAPs, are actually from U.S. government classified programs. That's the most important thing I want you guys to take from this slide. Next slide, Rob. Okay, so so most of the information that you saw in the previous slide was actually quoted from this preliminary assessment of unidentified aerial phenomena released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So this is what they're saying. Not my words, all right? They're the ones that are saying that these UAPs are possibly from these classified programs. I don't know how classified it is if the ODNI doesn't know what it is, but food for thought. So this is part of the executive summary from the document there. I'm not going to dive through that right now. Next slide, Rob. So I had to put this for visual stimulation. Yep. Are you familiar with these books? Oh yeah.
Because of you,
oh yeah. This is just the tip of the iceberg, man. Tip of the iceberg. So the FBI, CIA, UFO connection. Oh yeah, they've been hiding a lot of stuff from us with these three-letter agencies, the NRO, the NSA, all of them, And then you have the secrets of anti-gravity propulsion, which goes into some of these propulsion systems that they were developing. And of course, you have Dark Mission by Richard Hogan and Mike Barra, The Secret History of NASA. Interesting image on the front there. Food for thought. You know, let it resonate. This is why you never get a straight answer from NASA. They're designed not to give you guys a straight answer. Literally. But yeah, let's plow through. We're going to go into the Secret Space Program section and the SSP section. Or I should say the Special Access Program and Secret Space Program. So, you know, throughout the years, this is kind of a brief overview. You had like the Sonora Aero Club, and this is not the entire list, guys. Trust me, there's more stuff out there, but can't fit everything into one presentation. We have to do deeper dives. So the German secret space program was associated with a few things that we do have evidence for. The Glock, the Nazi Bell, the World War II saucer models, the Hannibal, which we saw earlier and we are talking about earlier, and also the Antarctica base, New Schwabenland, and in more recent history, Dark Fleet, also known as Nachtwaffen. Of course, there's underground military base facilities as well, and NASA essentially exists as a secret space program misinformation agenda to withhold the actual truth from you. But there are also many different types of special access programs, of which secret space programs fall into one part of that. So the image that you're seeing on the right is actually from an Italian newspaper where they were talking about Hitler's reverse engineering some anti-gravitic technology here. And this was reported in 1942. Yeah, people. Check your old newspapers. Next slide. Wow, so we mentioned New Schwabenland, right? I thought that was just a conspiracy theory, right, Rob? Have you ever seen this map before?
No, I have not.
Yeah, this is what Researcher does. I bring to you the Fox man, straight from Jamaica, man.
Yeah,
but seriously though, what you're looking on right now is an expedition map of New Schwabenland, the Germans' expedition to the Antarctic region. Now, consider this evidence. That's all I'm gonna say. This is a map, right? Maps are made for a reason. Cartographers don't play games when they're making maps. They make maps for specific reasons and for specific purposes. This actually shows one of their main routes in the expedition. So log that in your memory bank. And yeah, so the German space faction, after World War II, they went to Antarctica where they established a breakaway civilization with off-planet technology, right? A secret base underwater beneath the ice shelf. Some say it's accessible by submarines only, which would actually make sense since we know that some of the Hannibal models that they have were able to actually go underwater. I'm pretty sure Admiral Byrd. Yeah, Admiral Byrd had an interesting encounter with some of them, right? We all know about that story. I know Rob knows about it, but we'll dive into that a little bit later. So the Navy sends a force to investigate the so-called German base, right? Called Operation High Jump. Next slide. Now, in February of 1947, you got Admiral Richard T. Byrd, right? He was in charge of this procedure. And of course, they went to the Antarctic region. Now, clearly, there was some thoughts that the secret underground Nazi establishments in Antarctica, there was much evidence that there was something there. So the Navy sent a force to investigate, and Admiral Byrd was heading up the force. Unfortunately, he came across some of these German Vril flying discs, and some of these Hannibal models, which actually emerged from the ocean and obliterated most of his fleet. So the story goes. But we can dive a little bit more into that. And the top picture on the right is image of Antarctica with some known German base locations. And you can see the image right there beside Admiral Byrd's face. That is another Hannibal model taken from Operation High Jump, so they say. So next slide. Let's plow through this because I got a few things that I want to talk about. Now, Operation High Jump. Clearly, you can see the ship there. This is part of the expedition, and they might say it didn't exist. There was no Operation High Jump, but clearly you can see the insignias, right? The Navy South Pole expedition. So we know who was in charge of this particular expedition, right? Now, 1946 to 1947, this Navy operation was run by Admiral T. Byrd, right? He was, and then you had many commanding officers. So what they wanted to do was to establish an Antarctic research base called Little America. Well, that might be part of the cover story. You never know. So let's continue. Next slide. Hollow Earth. No, can't mention Admiral Byrd without mentioning Hollow Earth. Now, Admiral Byrd had some journals where he indicated that he actually entered into the hollow interior of the Earth, traveled several miles over mountains, lakes, and waterways, and similar animal life existed there. Now, when people talk about Admiral Byrd, he's mentioned as a very honest, upstanding man. So we have to take that into consideration when we're reading his journal. Next slide. So this one here now shows a more detailed picture, schematic of Hollow Earth as depicted by Admiral T. Byrd. Now, Inner Earth, also known as Hollow Earth, Agartha. Interesting. So I'll read this little part here. According to Admiral Byrd, he said that the inhabitants there, they claim to be the protectors of planet Earth, to protect its inhabitants from the scurrilous activities of the power brokers and nefarious government agencies with impure agendas. And we know that there are some impure agendas out there in these government agencies. So food for thought. Just want to let that one sit. Next slide. We're gonna plow through these quickly here. Special access programs. So what are special access programs? Well, the Center for Center for Development of Security Excellence, which is an entity that provides security education, training, and certification for the Department of Defense and Industry, defines special access projects as being necessary for a specific class of classified information, requiring a higher level of protection and restricted access than for those normally required for information at the same classification level. Makes sense? Next slide. Let's dive into that. Now, special access programs means you are allowed to access certain information that is restricted even to secret and top secret clearance levels. Say what? So when people are trying to tell you that there is no clearance levels above top secret, right? Clearly, there are clearance levels above top secret. Clearly, right? They're just not official. These unofficial clearance levels. So, food for thought. When you're dealing with special access programs, the nature, the type of people you interact with, the need to know basis becomes essential, right? And a lot of people will say, oh, there's no levels above top secret, but trust me, there most definitely is, even if there isn't an official name for it. So let's move forward. Next slide. So we're going to dive through these secret space programs. We're going to talk about some of the various factions here: Lunar Operations Command, the Naval Network and Space Ops Command, Air Force Space Command, Kruger, Mercenary Corps, Monarch Solutions, the Interplanetary, the Corporate Conglomerate, also known as the ICC, and the Dark Fleet. Next slide. Now, you have many different factions within the secret space programs, right? The ICC, you have the Mars Colony Corporation, and from there you have the Earth Defense Force and a subgroup called the Mars Defense Force. You also have the Global Galactic League of Nations, and you have the Draconian Federal Alliance, the SSP Alliance, and of course the SSP Alliance comprises of defectors from various factions from the ICC, the Dark Fleet, and other rogue special access programs. And also you have the Earth Alliance as well, which is another group that is working for benevolent purposes. Next slide. So SSP technology, so this is what we're dealing with. This is what they have, just some of the capabilities that they have, right? Neural interface, right? Human soldiers being hooked into ship computers, regeneration tanks capable of regenerating, your entire body just from as long as they have your brain, I hear that's all they need to regenerate your entire body. Consciousness transfer technology. Yeah, very scary stuff there when you're talking about that. Memory wiping technology. Well, various SSP whistleblowers have talked about their memories being compartmentalized and being activated. So we know of this technology as well. Of course, there's also teleportation rooms and quantum technology, and that's where you get these space wormhole portals that they're developing, and even a quantum time leap program that the ICC was involved in, i.e. time travel. So this is the sort of stuff that we're dealing with. It's a crazy world out there, guys. So next slide. So we got like about a few minutes left here. So let's take a look at some of these SSP models. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but this one is the Good model, right? By Corey Good. And it shows some of the groups here and their connections between each other. Solar Warden, haven't mentioned them a lot, but they're definitely a part of one of these secret space program factions. And Gary McKinnon found I think it was sometime in the 1990s, where he found a list of off-world officers, possibly a part of that particular group. But next slide. Let's take a look at the Wolf model. Now, the Wolf model is a bit different from the Good model. And, these are just models put together of these various secret space programs that exist based on the knowledge that they have. Now, this model here talks about the Alliance and the Corporate Federation of Worlds and the United Races of Orion. But you can also see mention of the Cabal and MJ12, which are, definitely, I'm sure you guys have heard about MJ12. So they're intricately connected to this and, all of the secret space programs. Next slide. So we're going to look at the hybrid model here, and I might spend like maybe 1 minute on this, but so this is a comprised model, taking information from Wolf's model and Good's model, and also cross-referencing it with the information that is known. So as you can see, Solar Warden, U.S. Space Fleet, and you have various factions. And of course, you can see that certain treaties were being made, and you have the secret governments, including the NASA is involved, the NRO is involved, the NSC is involved, and DIA is involved. So lots of different factions working together to shield and compartmentalize information from you. So what I'll do right now is next slide. This is the last slide here now. So just a brief wrap up and conclusions. Now, early records show that several factions were involved in the development of exotic propulsion technology. Sonora Air Club, the Virile Society, the Order of the Black Sun, etc. Now, by the end of World War II, there was a breakaway civilization that established a base in Antarctica. This is fact. NASA is the white space program, which is acknowledged. That's what they want you to know, right? If you want information that they're feeding to you, go to NASA. If you want to find out what's really going on, do your own research. The SSP is part of the special access programs, which are dark space programs, which are unacknowledged. Most of them are unacknowledged by the U.S. government. And even in the ODNI report earlier, or I should say where they were defining what special access programs was, you can see that they do not give any attribution to the UAPs, the UFOs, to any of these secret groups. but you can only conclude that the ODNI is clearly not on a need-to-know basis for this information, or he is also tasked with, censoring his report in such a way as not to reveal information. But UFOs and other exotic technology have been utilized by several factions to further their own agendas over the years. And right now, we're in a time of awakening. A lot of people are starting to see what is really happening on this planet. And with that, I'm going to just conclude. Researcher Stoff here. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to present this information on UFOs and the Secret Space Program. I hope you guys take care and have a wonderful day. Researcher Stoff, I'm signing out. Peace,
Dude.
love, and light.
Absolutely epic, bro. That was absolutely epic stuff. I love when you come through and drop some knowledge. You did a hell of a job, and I appreciate you, and I can't wait to talk with you further on that stuff. I mean, you just showed me a couple of things. I've been doing this research for upwards of 10, 15 years, and I haven't seen some of the things you showed us today, so I always appreciate that, and we love you to death, brother, so we'll see you soon. So next, I'm going to let Mr. Omar come back on the stage. What's up, brother?
That was really amazing. I loved it. So much great nuggets of information there. So much awareness. I totally loved it, and I love how it delivers it too. That was really epic. It's got humor in it, some seriousness in it, and some sternness in it. It has everything in it. It's like a good teacher would, deliver his stuff. I loved it. Love to have Stoffy back again.
Yeah,
he's
got his own show he's been working on too. So he's getting out there. We did a lot on Clubhouse together, and I kept pushing him and said, "Listen, bro, you got to get out there and do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
You got the voice for it. You got the information. It's time. It's time."
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been trying to get him on my show for a while, and I'm going to blow up his spot a little bit, but I've been trying to get him on my show for a while.
I'm coming, Rob. I'm coming.
I know you are. That's why I'm saying it right here for everybody to hear it, because now they're going to tell you that they want you to come. See how that works? Maneuver you into it. You're muted. You're muted.
Most definitely. It was a pleasure, guys. Peace,
you,
love, and light to you all, and just keep doing the great work. Some of your presentations that I've watched, the speakers that you've put together, it's fascinating, and I think that we're really causing a change, guys. We're really causing a change right now, and so many people are coming into the knowledge of what is really out there. So much of this information has been suppressed, willfully. But I don't want to take up too much time. I know you guys have the next speaker waiting. So take care, peace, love, and light. This is Researcher bidding you adieu.
Beautiful, brother. Thank you very much. I love you, and looking forward to seeing some more from you. So I have our next guests that are in the house already. Let me take Rob off. Looks like he froze. These are some of my favorite people. These are the most beautiful couple I've ever seen. I love their energy. I love their knowledge. I just simply love them. They're amazing. We talk often, or not often enough, I should say, but we do keep in contact, and we work together. And I just totally love these guys, and I know that you know them. I know that, but I'm going to keep that as a surprise here until like 1 second from now. So guess who my next guests are? They are Dr. Sasha Alex Lessin and his beautiful, beautiful wife, Janet Kira Lessin. So Sasha Alex Lessin, Dr. PhD from UCLA, is in anthropology, and his MA in counseling psychology from the University of Humanistic Studies. He is a Groff certified holotropic breathworker, tantra master, certified hypnotist, Vinny yoga instructor, Jungian past life therapist, and an avid student of Doctors Hall and Sidra Stone. It's a long one, but I'm not going to keep going. And then some about my favorite person, Janet Kira Lessin, is an author, radio talk show host, television personality, educator, experiencer, contactee, researcher, conference presenter, conference organizer, workshop leader, hypnotherapist, and counselor, a content creator, and just totally, totally amazing teachers these people are. And I totally love these guys. They're just amazing. I can't say I can't say enough about them. I've done several shows with them, and you guys have to check that out. It's in the video archives of Watchers Talk. The last one that they did was on LSD. Imagine that. And I learned a lot. And in my younger days, I took a lot of that too. So it was a good experience, and a lot of great education there. So Dr. Lessin, Janet, thank you very much for being here at Humanity Unplugged. I totally appreciate you guys coming here and giving us an upload.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Welcome for having us. Sasha, you're on mute. I think you're muted.
Dr. Lessin, you're on mute.
Down at the bottom.
Aloha. Hey,
There
thanks for
you
having
are.
us again. I just love the little film that you made out of our last show, and it's just what great production! You know, I love it, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Doctor. This is, I respect you guys, and I follow your work. And then when you come and do a presentation on Watchers Talk, I want to make sure that the production value of it is quality, because your work is quality. So if I went and messed things up, then it wouldn't look good on me, and it wouldn't look on you, and it wouldn't look good on the topic that you're talking about. So it's respect, right? And because you had respect for me, came onto my show and gave us just this beautiful upload, and then for me to turn around and do something as soulish just wouldn't be cool.
Yeah, I think if both of us are motivated to communicate knowledge that can benefit humanity, and that's how we are brothers.
That's right. That's right. Your father, more likely, and I appreciate that. And Janet's more like a mother, and I appreciate that, the love that you guys have for each other and for us. I just totally appreciate it. So with that being said, I don't want to steal too much time.
We appreciate you too. Thank you.
Thank you, beautiful. I'm going to throw your guys's presentation up here onto the screen, and just say next, and then I will go to the next slide.
Okay, I think what I'll do is I'm going to rap about each one rapidly, and as all wise people know, in existentialism, interruptions take precedence over what seems to be ongoing. So I leave for Janet the right and the privilege of interrupting anytime when her higher sense says to. That being said, we're going to talk about the okay, so we're talking about the boons, the perks, the problems, the suffering, and the promises, the pledges that the Anunnaki, these extraterrestrials who time and again pick up the survivors of whatever disaster we're having as we pass through the torrid stream and so forth, and re-educate them and show them the temples that they already built or built new ones, and tell them how to contemplate these structures and understand everything. In the meantime, they instruct people. But let's look at the next slide. Next. Okay, so what we're going to look at is, as I say, what did they give us? What did they curse us with? And what do they want? How can they help us do better? They say they're going to, we'll see. Next. When they come down, they're usually way bigger than us, or than the people that survived the last catastrophe. Here's Shamash, the commander of space operations. He was a full-on, Shamash actually was a grandchild who was born on Earth, so he wasn't nearly as tall as the original guys. But there's some ordinary people being brought before Shamash, and there's another Anunnaki woman. It looks like very much like Inanna, clapping hands. We're just trying to show you they're different size. They were big people. There's giant skeletons all over the world, every continent, every island, and under the seas too. Next. And we know about him because of our teacher, Zecharia Sitchin. He basically got hold of the book that Enki, the chief scientist of the Anunnaki, had dictated to his scribe in Dubskar, and he brought it all together, these clay tablets that at the end of each one it said the next one's first sentence is, and the end of that one it says the next, and it had a sequence. So this was called the Lost Book of Enki, and he basically said these guys said. Now they don't say everything, so that's what we got to remember. These guys said in these things that they wrote, and they wrote it. This stuff was written about 6,000 years ago, and now it's getting translated by Enki's scribe. Just barely 4,000 years ago. So this is about stuff that happened 450,000 years ago, and based on earlier and earlier and earlier stuff. So the Anunnaki are these people whose tale was told by their chief scientists way many years after they've been here. Next slide, please. Okay, so oh my gosh, my perk is slipping down. Its S is falling off. But anyway, we're going to look at what did they give us? They gave us life. They gave us genes. They gave us science. They gave us technology. They gave us crops. They gave us livestock. They gave us entheogens. And they gave us social structure. There's perks in these, even though they may have some downsides too. Next slide, please. So let's look at the first of these. How did they give us genes? Well, first there was the first Adam and Eve. There was two Adam and Eves at different times. They were called Adam and Tiamat. Tiamat's amazing. And then that's 300,000 years ago. And then 200,000 years ago, they made some specially very, very smart ones called Adapa and Titi, and they became our genitors. And then we have the Nephilim, the people that survived Noah's flood and stayed with their wives that they had married and the lineages they begat in Canaan, and they were given the choice of going back to Nibiru, where these guys came from, or just staying on the really high lands that wouldn't get washed out, and then helping with the reorganization. And then we have Noah, and we'll talk about how he's contributed, especially through his sons, Ham, Japheth, and Shem, to the life and genes that we've got. Next slide, please. So the first Adam and Eve were deliberately hybridized. And who were they hybridized with? They were hybridized with a intelligent human being, the ancestor of Bigfoot, who is already here, who is part of the original humanoid Draco distribution that of the primary earthling that the Council of Hatona let us have. But Erectus was when the chief scientist Enki saw Erectus, and he saw Erectus was letting all the other animals out of his traps. At first they thought Erectus was an animal, and then they were, oh no. Not only that, they were communicating telepathically. And Enki realized, my gosh, this is another human. And some of them are kind of good looking. Maybe if we bred with them, we could get some good results. Next slide, please. So the first Adam they made, they did tried all kinds of things. Direct intercourse, that didn't work. Doing test topes thing to critters worked a little better. Then they made all kinds of defective humans before they finally got to the first boy. And he was made to be a clone master. And so they got this zygote that was fertilized with both Anunnaki, these guys, these are great big humans, that's all they are, and Homo erectus genes. And then they decided it wasn't working unless they had some mitochondrial DNA from a Anunnaki, from one of their Homo sapiens. So they're the chief medical officer, Nima, said, look, yeah, right, that's what we need. Also, the chief scientist said, well, use my wife. She'll do it. And Nima said, no way. It's my experiment. I'll take the risk. We don't know how long this thing's going to gestate or whether it's going to kill me and so forth. So she birthed this first child. We'll go into it more later on. But the interesting thing about this child was the child was brown, like the red-brown, like the clay of Africa. He was just like the Anunnaki boys, except for one bit of skin. He had a foreskin, and the Anunnaki didn't. So that's one of the distinctions of our race versus the others. But so there it is. The first boy, this is supposed to be the clone master, was this brown boy. Boy, were they happy to get him. Next slide, please. There's a close-up of this. Of course, this is a perk. This is a miracle. This is a being. This is the beginning of us. Next slide, please. They decided these guys were they had a lot of them to give them women so that they would enjoy themselves too, and so they created a female. Again, she was supposed to be a clone mistress, clone master, that they were going to give to the clone man, and so again, Enki was volunteering his wife, and this time she took it. Okay, I'll take this one. I saw nothing happen to Nima. I'll do it too, and so they put this second child in Enki's wife. Her name was Damkina, and she has blonde, red hair, like so many of the Anunnaki in her genome. And so let's see what we get. Next slide. She gives birth to a blonde, blue-eyed, white-skinned, sandy-haired kid whose name is Tiamat. Next slide. And what Ningishita, that's Enki's son, he's wearing his, he liked to dress with that thing over him, or maybe that's how he appears himself. But in any case, he's a scientist. He's the greatest scientist of all time, probably. He found the X and XY genes that let Adamu and Tiamat breed. But this was not anything authorized. He did it on his own. Next slide.
Dr. Lessin, just really quick before this this fades from my mind, is this the reason why we have X marks the spot?
There's many reasons for X marking the spot, but the biggest reason is that X is the sign of crossing, where Nibiru crosses the inner solar system between Jupiter and Mars, and that's what the critical cross is, because every 25,900 and some years we pass through the toroid stream as Nibiru does its perigee with Earth. So that's the main reason for the X.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this is so I just want to iterate again that the first boy was brown and the first girl was white. We were brown and white from the get-go, so it's nothing. And if there's any Southern United States people listening, hey, it's cool. We're brothers from the get-go. Okay, next slide, please. Now, this thing about Tiamat is the big boss. His name was Yahweh or Enlil. Said, hey, I heard you got these clone masters you made. Bring them up to your place next to mine. You got this others, and so I can take a look at them. And so they brought them up, and of course the parents, Enki and Nimma, came to take care of their kids. They're just teenagers, and Nimma had a garden of psychedelics of all kinds. That's what she brought over from Nibiru. And Tiamat took one of her fruits. It's probably some form of dimethyltryptamine, and then she had sex with Adam, and she had a Kundalini experiment. She became enlightened. She was really smart, and she had the smartest adults in her whole society educating her anyway. The snake there is a representation of Enki, the way he's come down in the Bible. But anyway, let's go to the next slide, please. When the boss came over to see these kids, that's Yahweh and Leel, he little Tiamat, the first Eve, comes up to him and says, "Hi, Uncle, look what I've done. I'm working out the geometry of," and she was doing this thing on a table, and look what I made these clothes, and she's just chatting, just like a smart little Nibiran girl, a royal, just like a princess. She was a princess. The boss and Leel called for his son, who's got all the weapons, and said, "Put cuffs on him and put him in a stasis. I want him tried for treason. He was only allowed to make just clones, that's all. And he made this creature smart. That's really stupid." Anyway, so that next slide, please. And they'll say, "Well, you're supposed to be slaves, huh? You said you wanted them." Enki had organized a revolt of the miners who had come down from Nibiru to help get gold to send back to Nibiru, so that he could say, "I got to make slaves," and that was his whole excuse for making this whole experiment of creating slaves. That's what the clones were all about. So Yahweh and Lil said, "Well, okay, you say you want slaves? Well, take them down to your place in Zimbabwe and make slaves. Leave me alone. Get these things out of here." Next slide, please. Well, Enki said, we've created these beautiful children and we educated them. I'm not going to let this die. And someday humans are going to evolve past the commander. God, he's awful. I'm going to take the smartest of these and teach them. He calls me a snake. We'll call it the Brotherhood of the Snake. And I'm going to teach selected humans how the science, teach them we are not gods, teach them how mechanics work, how math works, and all those things like that, and teach them to teach others in the secret society. But we can't let the boss, Enlil Yahweh, know it. Next slide, please. And then there's a representation of the snake and the society of the snake. Next slide, please. So they worked out pretty well. They dug the gold. They smelted it. They sent it up the Persian Gulf to Sumer, where it was refined to bars, and then it was rocketed to the Igigi, this astronaut core, Nephilim, rocketed to Mars base, and from there it was shipped up to Nibiru, their home planet. Next slide, please. Well, when things got rough, it's one of the times that Nibiru came close to Earth, and there was all kinds of meteors hitting there and there, and changing climate and making it too hot and too cold and all kinds of things. The people in Africa who had descended from the first Adam and Eve said, "Heck with this stupid yellow stuff. We know how to grow food. We grow for ourselves. Let's get out of here." And so they went off in the bush. And so the commander thought that, gee, they're really bad slaves. They thought, wow, we're really smart. We got out of here. We're not slaves anymore. Anyway, next slide. The boss, Yahweh, said to the chief scientist, Enki, "Make better slaves." Enki said, "Oh, yeah, I know how to do that." He knew how to do that. Next slide. He made it with those two girls you saw in the last slide. And he had a boy named Adapa and a girl named Titi. And Adapa, he put all his energy into educating Adapa. Adapa was probably the smartest human we've ever had. He taught him how to run all the farms, the herds, the estates, how to organize his descendants, and also who are the elite, and also the descendants of the earlier slaves. So Adap's descendants are called Adapites. The ones that they had, and they came about 200,000 years ago, the earlier ones were called the Adamites. The reality that we now know about human beings is every human being is just as got his own song to sing and his own life to lead and his own light to shine. And it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter who your ancestors are, in my humble, I guess so, opinion. Go, next slide. Now we get kids, and this is very interesting because Enki has different values than the Me Too guys, because he got it on with one of these women again, and Cain was his direct descendant, whereas Abel, the other of the two twins that came out of the Adapites, is only 1/4. So Cain was the one that bore this pure seed. These people are so obsessed, as are so many people to this day, on who their ancestors were. But let's go to the next slide. Okay, the next big incursion of genes that we got were from the Nephilim. That is, they were known as the Igigi. They were led by Shamgaz, who were pals with Enki's son Marduk, and they arranged for what looked like a abduction, but it wasn't an abduction. I now know it was really, and also, and C's, there should be I before E. We'll correct it next time. But in any case, they ran off with the prettiest girls who came to serve them at Marduk's wedding after Marduk and his wife, Sarpanit, went off to Egypt. And so the Nephilim and 200 of these women took over Canaan. They actually took over the landing port. They aimed artillery at the boss, at Yahweh, and said, "Leave us alone. We are not going to back. We were not going to back down." And so Marduk said, "Yeah, leave them alone. Just let them settle." And so Enlil, Yahweh heard this, and he decided not to push it with the astronauts because they and Marduk had each other's back. But he was planning stuff. Next slide, please. So the Igigi, there's a dramatic picture of them beginning their genetic combinations with Earthling. As those of you who followed anything about the Nephilim know, some of them were helpful, some of them went berserk and so forth. But this is the Igigi. And they took the women and they set up their places, and they had the guns and they had the ships, and they got what they wanted. Next slide, please. So you have to realize there's a pattern that keeps happening after we go through these periodic climate catastrophes. Every single time the Anunnaki find they choose certain humans to survive and help them survive, and they send a sage with his wife and 7 specialists to help them start civilization again around either the surviving large block buildings, or they make new ones, or show them how to use natural environment to do that. So these things keep happening. That's part of the pattern. Next slide. So there's a depiction of these groups of 7. They rescue the survivors and they re-civilize them. And we may be coming to, we may need some more help soon. Next slide, please. Another big and very important source of life and genes for us was Noah. Noah was a son of Enki. And Enki, in his usual fashion, told his overseer, a guy named Luma, listen, everybody's really angry at you. They want to kill you because you're trying to enforce Yahweh's demand for more and more crops and less anythings. So I'm going to save you. Why don't you go over to Nimrod's place, her hospital, and hang there. You'll be safe. And as soon as he split, he arranged to see Lumak's wife, Batanash, and they got together. Next slide. So when the flood started coming, the Anunnaki knew it was going to come. They could see what was going to happen, that the Antarctic ice sheet was going to fall off into the South Sea and make big waves. That was especially going to impact certain places and less so other places. But he's had it. The Enlil or Yahweh was saying, these Earthlings are an illegal slave race, and Enki pressured me and tricked me into making them to breed, and I want them to all die. And so don't you dare, he says to his assembly, tune them in, or they'll mob the spaceport and we won't be able to get off. And on pain of death, I bind you all to not tell the Earthlings. Next slide, please. I'm ready for the next slide.
It's
Omar,
up, Dr.
slide.
Lessin.
It is?
It's up.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. Okay. So they sent the message to Nibiru. Oh, boy. And Nibiru sent back the thing saying, get the hell out of there. I want you to get all the gold that you've gathered and tell the people that the Ijiji and others that want to stay on Earth, they can stay on Earth. Go to the highlands, save yourself, because here's the flood. We'll tell you exactly where it's going to come. And as far as you leaders go, and he's showing them this document. They had a phonetic writing, and it's got his seal on it and everything. And it says to the leaders, you got to stay here on Earth during the flood, because if you go back to Nibiru now, you're going to die because of the aging that you've done on Earth. Now, it turns out this is a lie. He's telling them on purpose. Okay, next slide. Okay. And so when the flood is over and Noah and the people that helped him build the boat have survived, and they get off on top of Mount Ararat in Turkey, and they're having a big party, and Enlil's coming down in his helicopter, Wilbur they called him, and he could see, my gosh, there's Noah, who's supposed to be the king of Sipar, and his sons, and Enki's son, Ninagal, and Enki too. And so he comes down in his, and Yahweh Enlil comes down in his helicopter, and he rushes at Enki. He says, I'm going to kill you. You disobeyed me. Treason. Fortunately, he was talked out of it. Next slide, please. Enki said, look, I didn't tell him. I just put a computer program in his wall computer, and he read it. But I didn't talk to him. I was just talking to the wall. Oh, bullshit. I know what you did. They had to, so the sun and Erda came down, and Nimrod came down, and they're holding the chief Yahweh's arms. Listen, Dad, you got to stop it. We're going to need somebody to do work for us, or we're going to have to do it ourselves. Let them live. We need some slaves. And they finally talked into Enlil to let us repopulate and gather other survivors. And this is the beginning of Sumer after 1,000 years of getting ready for it. Next slide, please. We'll just rule. They talked Enlil into it through Shem, Japheth, and Ham, the kids of Noah. And we now know that you've confessed that Noah was your son, and that's why you protected him. And we understand that. Okay. So that's the way it's going to go. They're going to be the kings and begat the righteous shepherds, as we'll call the kings. Next slide. One of the great boons that we got from the Anunnaki was the Anunnaki rebuilt every time this global network that was all in contact with each other, and they educated their princes. And one of the princes they educated, probably in Egypt, but maybe not, but at least the knowledge of Egypt was with him. After the big flooding, the Anunnaki survivors from the north, from the east, and from the west, both converged on Easter Island, Rapa Nui, and their kid was the greatest mapper and navigator, way more than almost anybody else. His name was Maui, and his job was to map out where are the coastlines now. So much is sunk. Where these peaks? Where are they? Are they what islands are they part of? Make maps for us. And so Maui went all around. He brought his people to New Zealand. There was already other survivors that were there, but the maps that he made maps, and he showed symbols that the Anunnaki use everywhere to show that it's part of this system that they have of a worldwide network. Next slide. Okay, so anyway, that's so much for genes. Let's look at some of this things that they gave us in terms of science. First, astronomy. Next slide. They had accurate, lots of them, diagrams of where Nibiru is and where the other planets are in relationship to the sun. And it was on the walls of Sumer 6,000 years ago, when people could not even see with a telescope. This is part of the what they gave us. We understood heliocentric Earth, and we understood Nibiru as an exogenous planet that passed through the inner solar system. Next slide, please. And here's a diagram of how when the Anunnaki first came 450,000 years ago, Nibiru, which is part of a solar system that revolves around a dark, a red dwarf, which you can't see except in infrared, called Nemesis. And Nibiru passes through our inner solar system between Jupiter and Mars, and it did it every 3,600 years until 9,703 BCE, and then it sped up a bit. Next slide. Another thing we learned in astronomy, way before our scientists could even admit it at all, is that it's water on Mars and other planets and moons. They told us about it way before our scientists trepidly said, maybe there's water. Okay, next slide. They also, because they had this perspective of hundreds of thousands of years, they told us different things about the map. They said there's 4 rivers that come out into the Persian Gulf. And of course, people nowadays say, there's only 2 rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. Not so. What happened is, because they saw what things were like before the floods, they made this map. And now when we applied our machines, which could see underneath the earth, to this area, what they found was there was a big river a mile long, going as wide as our Mississippi, and another one that came in from the other side, as you can see in this map. They showed us that they were here and that they observed things that we could not have observed unless we had knowledge. But they had knowledge and they were willing to share it with us. Next slide, please. That's a perk. The same thing. They gave us a perk. It was a hardship because a lot of us drowned from it. But because the leaders were circling the Earth and were afraid to go back to Nibiru, and some of them went to the moon and some of them went to Mars, but they could observe what was happening on Earth from above. And the ice sheet on top of Antarctica slipped into the South Sea and caused this terrible set of waves that left seashells on top of the Alps and so forth. But there's the map of Antarctica. And now that, we've got the depth way of looking at things, indeed, they were right. Gee, how do they know that? We just thought it was just myth. Yeah, myth. Their myths were truths that we were not ready to understand. Well, there goes the next one. That's perfect. They gave us biology. They showed us how to splice all kinds of genes. They had so much fun making stuff. They might have even made the pigs. But back on Nibiru and on Earth, they made all kinds of things. And a lot of the creatures of mythology aren't myths. They're Anunnaki experiments. Next slide, please. Lots of them were junk. They didn't work. But some lived quite a long time. Next slide. Other perks they gave us were technology, metallurgy, canals, ditches, dams, plows, writing, math, all kinds of stuff. They gave us power generation and laser and sonar tools. Now, a lot of these are things that humans are so smart that when they see things, they can figure out sometimes. And sometimes they imitate it. Sometimes they're helped. And we'll look at some of those. Next slide, please.
Apologies there, Dr. Lessin. My finger was twitching.
No problem. After the flood, they built dams and canals. I mean, I'm telling you, Iraq was a muddy mess, and they dug everything. They made let's put the Tigris here and the Euphrates there, and they dug it out and they made canals so people could water stuff. And that's definitely a perk they gave us. Next slide, please. They gave us, of course, the beginnings. They didn't give it all at once, but real important ones were the plow, the cart, the boat, the kiln. They made bricks with that, and the forge. And these are the bases. They taught us these things directly. Next slide. They had writing, their own writing, and they had a phonetic writing, and they taught their scribes. Of course, were making little scratches and stuff. And they said, "Look, let us help you," and they gave them ultimately a phonetic system of writing, and that's what we've got now. They gave us writing. They gave us a twitchy finger, mathematical astronomical system based on 60s, and we still use it today. Next slide. They gave us metallurgy, and this is especially from the last big floods. They had been settled in Armenia from 450,000 years ago, and they were able, as Armenians, to really rebuild a civilization and fight off the Assyrians and the Hittites, and particularly to move their technology to Sardinia, and then from there all over the world. If you look at in the upper right, you'll see how the Anunnaki who survived and prospered in Armenia spread north, south, east, and west. Next slide, please. They certainly showed us that they could generate power. They underneath pyramids and in Giza, they made a little channel from the from the Nile. But pyramids themselves gather water underneath them. In any case, they pump on the water, and the water goes up into a chamber where they fire HCl and potassium chloride to make a hydrogen explosion, and it's given amplifiers, and it's picked up by stellae, and that's how they got energy, and they can still do that now. We know how to generate energy the way they did. Next slide. They showed us rockets. Lots of them record seeing rockets. Gilgamesh saw these rockets, and here's a draw from Anu's temple. There's some astronauts inside this structure, and there's a capsule on the front of the nose of it, and you can see that on the surface there's just a garden, and our ancestors saw these guys in their rockets all the time. Next slide, please. They had computing devices, and they had some that are personal computing devices that could only work for a person that was keyed into them. And they all over the world, and you can see I've got examples from several different places. All over the world, Anunnaki are carrying these dedicated computers like our president and Mr. Putin carry, perhaps. Next slide, please. Another perk they gave us, as I say, are crops, animals, and entheogen. When Nibiru took one of Enki's sons and trained him on how to breed animals, and gave him lots of seeds, and goats and sheep, and sent him back after the flood. Help these earthlings. You're going to help them be herdsmen. Next slide. And of course, entheogens. Nimrod planted grain for beer, grapes for wine, and lots of entheogens, and lots of stuff you didn't know what it was, and a lot of stories about people trying whatever it was, but not really knowing. Next slide, please. They gave us, the Anunnaki, as a perk, I would say, gave us cities, management, courts, libraries, arts, schools, and taxes. And there's perk and a little bit of problem in all of those, probably. Next slide. But Nimrod, that great genius, the head medical officer, gave us another model, another way of doing things. It's called a partnership paradigm, where people took their creative energy, competitive energies, and made synergistic things like dancing with bulls in Crete, and a whole nother way of relating. And it's a way of, she wanted us to be able to break out of the Dominator consciousness, which is still troubling us. Next slide. Unfortunately, she was overthrown, particularly in Crete, where her civilization reached its highest level, by a Minoan hostage or guest who allied with the other slaves. And when the flood that caused Moses' flood also flooded the island of Crete and sunk the Minoan fleet, the head hostage, Theseus, and their head priestess rebelled. Of course, he just dropped her off on the Isle of Lesbos and sailed on back to conquer the rest of Greece. But in any case, Camelot existed. Okay, next slide. Another thing that they gave us was crop circles, and they're still giving it to us. They answer crop circles. Here's a crop circle that the head scientist, Enki, who's still around, gave us, where when he's answering Sagan's thing where he sent this is us, and this is what our man looks like and what our genome looks like. So Enki gives this crop circle back in binary, MS-DOS, and he says, here's who we are. So crop circles have been given us a long time. They used to make crop circles out of in space with ice. But next slide. Okay, they gave us some junk things too. I call them problems: shortened lives, dominator attitude, murder, war, greed, religions that enslave nations, and ideologies that slave you, and lots of slavery in the home, in the army, in human sacrifices even. And of course, there's debt slavery. That's what they did. And the idea is to keep us pitted against each other so we don't overthrow them. Next slide, please. At one point, Adapa, Enki's son, figured out how to make his own airplane, all kinds of things. And the king of Nibiru, Anu at the time, said, "Hey, send me this Adapa, this prodigal. I want to talk to him." And so Enki, Lucifer is what your Bible calls him, sent his sons, not just Adapa, but Thoth and Ningishita and Dumuzi to Nibiru, and he gave Thoth Ningishita a tablet, and the tablet said, "Hey, I got to tell you, Dad," Enki said, "Adapa is my son. Please don't keep him there. He's going to ask you for everlasting life because he knows we live a long time. But I need him. He runs everything for me. I'll be overwhelmed by stuff to do, and I've got really creative things to do. Let him come back. Please don't take my son from me." And so, okay, well, we're not going to give him life forever. We'll let him live a really long time, but not as long as us. Next slide, please. Well, the worst thing they did in a lot of ways is they give us this dominator mindset that still goes today. The ones that kill, people will kill to be the boss. Everybody's always competing with everybody. Men put down women, and winners rule losers. That's the dominant mindset from the time that the Yahweh and Marduk started controlling us right up to very recently. Next slide. Dominators mindset, they'll kill anybody. They'll kill their mother, brothers, sisters. Hey, they hire people, they're killers. Next slide. And boy, did they put down women. Marduk, when he got to control of everything around 2024 BCE, fired all the women that were running the education and started this period of brutality, really put down of women, child brides, women that are physically abused in every way and whose minds are abused too. Next slide, please. A terrible example is Enlil, Yahweh, having a Jezebel killed because she tried to bring tolerance to Israel. Next. And of course, these guys do war continually. War. Don't pit them against each other. Don't let them realize that we're running both sides. We are the Koch brothers or whoever. We are still having our problems with war. I think you probably noticed. Next slide. One of the worst parts of this war is that it turns nuclear. When Yahweh just knew that Marduk was about to take control, he decided, we got to do something about it. Nuke him. Next slide. They asked the king back in Nibiru, and Anu said, "Yeah, we got to stop Marduk, or he thinks he should be king of because of that silly thing I signed with Alalo under pressure and things under pressure. But I'm really the king, and I know Marduk thinks he's king, and we got to stop him, or he's going to come back here with some of these unfortunately smart human beings and try to take over in Nibiru." Next slide, please. So the Anunnaki nuked Sodom and Gomorrah and Zoar and the spaceport and the Sinai. Next. They actually, the way they got Sodom and Gomorrah and Zoar is they actually, Nergal dropped bombs on the south end of the Salt Sea, which became the Dead Sea, but it washed those communities out. Next slide, please. However, that's the picture of what the flood must have looked like. Beware of the blub. Next slide, please. There's still a scar. Look at that picture of the Sinai, right in the middle where Ninurta obliterated the spaceport because they knew Marduk was just about to close in on it. However, this made a great big cloud when the two nukings of Canaan and Sinai came together. Next slide. And this radiation cloud from these two nukings blows all over Iraq and Kuwait. Marduk's place in Babylon was a little far north, so it didn't get them. And Enki's place in Eridu, he had fallout shelters. But all the rest of Sumer, all of Yahweh's people, all the humans died. And of course, the Anunnaki got in their boats and planes and submarines and got out of the way, except for one lady who stayed to help the humans die. Next slide, please. Another problem we got from the Anunnaki is they regularly used germ warfare. Just before the flood came, Enlil, Yahweh wanted to make sure everybody, all the humans he could die, and so he basically he saw they had disease. Nimrod said, "I know how to cure them. I'll give them a vaccine." Yahweh said, "No, I want them to die. There's too many of them. They're supposed to all die." And then Enki tried to teach him, well, here's how you deep sea fish. And Yahweh told his son, bomb it so they can't get out to sea and get any big fish. Nice guy. Next slide, please. Greed was another thing that we got on the junk side, the problem side. Inanna personified it. She got it on with anybody who would help her in her until she wound up being the head god for a while. Next slide. Dominator mindset leads to slavery. We've still got it with us. Military conscription. Here's a gun. Go kill those people you don't know. Or in many places, you got to marry, or you're a slave. You got no choice. Or you're in debt. You're a slave. We jump to the next one. Okay, that's all right. Prisons, of course, are not modern form of slavery. We know darn well that it's especially people of color and poor people that are made to work forever. It's like what they had in the South. It's still going on. It's in our prisons. And a lot of them are pay private companies that starve people and don't give them adequate anything. And you have to pay for the cell, whether it's filled or not. So they try to find lots of minority people to fill them with. And it's a form of slavery. Next slide, please. They practiced human sacrifice from the get-go. In making the first Adam, they had a volunteer, an Anunnaki. His ghost is supposed to be there every time there's a sacrifice. And boy, did the Aztecs and others take this to extremes. But this is all part of our heritage from these Anunnaki. Next slide, please. Well, what did they promise to do about all this? When Anu came down for a visit in, I think it was 50, 80 or so, he told the people who had filled the other Anunnaki. Look, humans are going to take the earth, not us. We can see that's what's going to happen. So I want you to tell them as much as they can hold. Teach them to have morals, and then get the hell off this planet. Next slide, please. But Marduk stayed, and he got control of all the power centers on the planet. And he runs them through proxies who are really answering to him. He's the power against all these forces. For example, Russia and America. It's the same Marduk that was being on both sides. So for a long time, we have been, and he ultimately is saying, well, this is going to stimulate them to technological singularity, and then they'll be able to handle things. But right now, they need to be challenged. Next slide, please. Well, Allah, Nanar tried to stop Marduk, and for a while they were competing on Earth really heavily. And then Anu abdicated, made Nanar king of Nibiru, and he said, now is on board with Galzu's order. You got to go back there and clean up the mess. These people are probably going to extinct themselves. We don't even have to wait for the toroid meteor shower the way they're going. Go back there and clean up your mess. Next slide. And Marduk said, oh, I'm so sorry. I had to do it. Our informants among the Anunnaki have long conversations with Marduk. He said he was compelled to do it. It's to bring us to this singularity that now we can use our computing ability to work out everything that needs to be worked out by computer. And so the Federation, and that's another slideshow I'll have to do, but the Federation basically has a guy that goes around with Marduk, and if he gets up to any of his old tricks again, his order is to shoot him, but he's not going to. He says he's really contrite. The problem is he's a kind of confused. We shall see what happens. Next slide, please. Ningishita's niece, a friend of ours at Anunnaki, and what happens is the royal Anunnaki particularly tend to walk into a present avatar, and so we have people that are avatars of the Anunnaki, modern day embodiments. So one of them is Gillian Green, and she's saying, they're here, relax. And not only she told us, Jesus is one of them. He's always been one of them. Okay, next slide, please. And of course, one of the most powerful around nowadays is the peacemaker, Michael Lee Hill, who's been recognized by American Indians and by Penray and myself and others. We know who he is. This is the guy to listen to, in my humble opinion. Next slide, please. But the one I really listen to is Nimra, whose present embodiment is Janet Kira Lessin. So I'm sure she's going to have some wisdom to give us about what we've just gone through. And let's see if I have any more slides. Let's see if there's another one. Next. Oh, yeah. So we just told you in a few minutes about the perks, problems, and pledges the Anunnaki gave us. That's the slides. And now comes Janet and wisdom. Okay, we pow. Finished. That's how we say it here.
You're funny. Does anybody have any questions or feedback?
Yeah, there are a lot of questions, Janet, but why don't we get an upload from you for a few minutes, and then we'll hit up a few questions, if that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, that was an interesting slideshow. I hadn't seen the whole thing, My husband, he goes in the back room and he works for weeks, and then it's like, this is my first time to see it all the way through. What we're finding is a lot of people are fractals of the Anunnaki, and so they're coming forth with the information and wisdom about what's going on here from the Anunnaki perspective. And then we have all these experiencers. And so I've been interviewing a lot of experiencers and correlating their information with what I have from my experiences in Johnson Atoll and other lifelong experiences with the extraterrestrials. So your other guest was talking about Antarctica. So when I was on Johnson Atoll, which is 800 miles southwest of the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean, I was a civilian working for the military. And so part of what I did, we're getting some feedback here, I'm not sure what that is, was working in the underground installation. There's Sasha. He left. And down in the underground installation, there's the dragon at the end of time. The dragon is a large original species being from the original polarization of existence. So the original polarity was Lyran and Draco, or Draconian, or Reptilian. That was the original polarity, like male and female, masculine, feminine, and we had this polarity. So the whole entirety of existence works on polarity, and we're working, like Sasha, Dr. Lessin said, to embrace the opposites within us and outside of us, and come into a singularity, which is symbolized by oneness, universal consciousness, and alignment with each other. So we go through the separation, and that creates all the wars and division and polarities. And so when I was on Johnson Atoll, I don't know what your other guest what his name was, but he talked about the neural interface. So a number of experiencers are neural; they're able to interface with extraterrestrials and other species. So I'm one of those people that can do a neural interface. And so when you
Janet, that was researcher Stoffy.
Okay. So when I went to the underground installation, I kind of plugged in to this large dragon, who was just like the dragons we see, and they come in various sizes. They start out very small, and they go to the size of like Smog in Lord of the Rings, and some of them are so big they're not even able to fit inside our planet. So they have the whole scale. So this dragon was big enough to be inside the planet, but she was extremely large, and she was so large we couldn't see her all at once, so she projected an avatar of herself so she could stand in front of me. And then we plugged in by looking into each other's souls through our eyes. That's one way you can kind of do the Vulcan mind meld. And when I was acting as an interface, then I received this download from her about what's going to go on, especially in these times and throughout the continuum. So at this meeting, there were like 1,000 different species, or mainly Anunnaki, but various representatives of other species from all over the universe, I guess. And there were also a lot of military brass, plus some representatives from all over the world. So, I'm not the only person that's had this kind of interactions with these grand meetings of all these different species and beings and top brass and top world leaders. Gloria Hawker also had one of these experiences about 20 years ago or something. So I've heard this from other experiencers. But my experience was I plugged into I guess it's the universal supercomputer. Now, this little brain of mine can't hold all this information, and I'm doing the best I can to translate. But there's a part of me that's just my eternal self, and they can access the quantum computer. And I was able for that time period to answer all the questions that were being directed through me, like I was a big CPU interface between me and the dragon. And so for that exchanger, we had all this information. And then I've been processing it ever since. That was in 1995. So I'm writing a series of 3 books right now. And I'm also doing my ancestry, and I'm researching I call it the dragon at the end of time, because the dragon never left us. It's symboled all over the world. And if you do our your genealogy, a lot of people, when you go back, you keep finding the dragon and the coat of arms and in the shields and the flags and everything. So these are our clues, our little breadcrumbs for us to put together this puzzle. And I wish I hadn't chickened out. I left in 97. I got into overwhelm because I am just a human. I'm an eternal being and a human being at the same time. And I had to just go and integrate that information with it because it was really beyond anything imaginable. And so I'm still, downloading and processing it. But one of the things I could have done had I stayed on Johnson Atoll was go in rotation. Because I was in this, we talk about the different levels of for some reason, because of who I am as an eternal being, I was in this Bub Talk secret program. And I think I'm allowed to speak now because now it's time. For many, many years, I couldn't speak if I wanted to. I kept censoring myself, blocking myself, and when I tried to say things, the words just wouldn't come out. So I think we are finally at this point of, it's kind of like that movie, Don't Look Up. Are we going to get taken out by meteors? Or are we going to have the nuclear war, which is what happened with the Anunnaki? They did it. They launched the missiles. They blew up a large part of the earth, but of course they survived. The Dead Sea is dead, but the area came back. So I'm not sure. I'm not in that level of science. How long it takes for the radiation to dissipate, and that we're able to come back in and habitat, or reproduce and take over the area again. So these are some unknowns for me. But it looks like what we're doing, unless we get intervention, like what happened in the day the Earth stood still. So in '54. What was it? I think it was the 20th. Eisenhower met, and I'm piecing it together. That was the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were the first species that came through, and they said, stop the nukes, and we'll give you technology, and we'll bring you into the Federation. Basically, it's just kind of summarize it. And they said no. But if you really examine the Anunnaki, their delivery system, the main species they worked alongside are the Greys, and the Greys are like their delivery system. They pick up people, they return them. The Anunnaki, or whoever's really in charge, which it looks like it's Marduk, and then he recently has come into another belief system and is aligning with humanity rather than trying to manipulate and control us. Dr. Lessin left, but I don't know where he's at. So we said no. I said no. Hi, honey. And so they sent in their backup team. So it's like good cop, bad cop. So we've been operating in this paradigm that we think Ike left us with the abduction phenomenon. And that's been going on for the past 60, 70, 80 years, right? So where was I, Sasha? Help me get back on track. You're muted again. You're muted. You're muted. You're
Janet,
muted.
Just a quick question for you.
Yes.
It's from John Johnson. Actually, I've got a couple that
Sure.
I'd like to ask, but it was let me just find it here. John Johnson was asking for you to speak a little bit more on the atoll, because he said that he was there and
Good.
and didn't hear it. But I'm just trying to find the comment so I can bring it up. There's just so many of them. Yeah, John Johnson. I was stationed
in the meantime
at Johnston
I might just
78088, and then right here's the question. It says, will you ask her to explain further underground on Johnston Atoll? I was there for a year and never heard of something under it.
Right. Well, you're not going to, because that's the need to know basis, and that's the secret. That's the SSP. That's the secret program. So the bite program, I guess they call it, the one that's known to the world, was Johnson Atoll, and the cover story is we're destroying nuclear or chemical weapons. And so I want to ask John if he's still there. What year were you there? I was there from December of 95, and I left in February of 97. But so I had my story, and I was like, okay. And then I had a witness, a gentleman that was in the military, and we connected after that, and we compared notes. So he was taken with me to the underground installation. But then I met, I forget his name. I'll look it up. There's a gentleman that was going around doing heart installations, and he contacted me. I don't know if I'm still there. Okay. He said that, yes, he was putting up the array, and he said it was down by the shark chute. So, John, if you were there at the shark chute, you know what it is. So this guy kind of proved it to me. Because, okay, so he said there's an axis down by the shark chute, down where they had what do you call it? The facility where they took the chemicals and they broke down their elements. He said down there was an entryway, and he says that the underground installation goes 13 floors down. So I went down into that via like a shuttlecraft came to the beach and picked me up and picked up my boyfriend, and we went out past the coral reef. If you've been there, John, you know the coral reef. And when you get past it, that's where you can go down and see, get to the base. And we went in a submersible aircraft, spacecraft. It's able to go space and under the water, and so we entered in there. So while I was there, they took my boyfriend and they did the normal examination. They put him on the metallic table, and then they asked me to come down telepathically. I put on this dress. It was like a ritual, like eyes wide shut. And then I went down into the underground installation where we had this large cavern and everybody was assembled. And then I stood in front of a beam, and the beam, when I stood there, it was like the key. And that was like the interface where you stand. And I went to this mode of interfacing with the being. It was revealed after the wall kind of shivered and we could see beyond the veil there, which was covering up what was really there. So it was like an interdimensional portal was accessed somehow by my standing there. But I've always been very psychic and telepathic, and they look for people like that have the metagene, and they have these abilities to, do things like remote viewing and astral projection and all kinds of things. So apparently I was able to do that. That's who I am as a higher self being or an eternal being. But I'm still human. I can't do it. And I can't like twitch my nose or blink, and it happened. But during that ritual, that's what happened. Anyway, go ahead. Was there a follow-up to that, John? Do you have another part of that? Or anybody else? What did you want to say, Sasha? You started talking. You were talking at the same time, and you muted yourself again.
No, that was Janet. I muted him because there's an overlap.
Okay.
There's an overlap. So if you can mute your mic, that would be great. Then we won't have that overlap going.
Okay. This is going back a bit when you mentioned the two visits that Eisenhower had with first the Anunnaki, then with the Greys. And I just wanted to say that way longer ago, millions and millions of years ago, when the Dracos first attacked the Lyrans, the first planet they came to was Apis. And they told the humanoids in Apis, join the Draco Empire or we're going to blast you. And they said the leaders of the Apis people said, we'll call a council. We'll definitely consider what you're saying. Give us a little time. And they said no time. And they started attacking Apis. Some of the people went underground. Some of them escaped. And ultimately, after many years of being bombarded from the end, the ones that were inside of Apis, they finally left too, and they became spacefarers. And over the years, they evolved into the gray form. And there's different castes among the grays, but they are people. They are people like us. They are not soulless beings. They're homo. They're humans. They're a little bit different than us, but so who ain't? So that was just my little aside about the Greys and the Anunnakis. As Janet says, Janet, I think you're right on. They are the same team.
Right.
But they want us to stop doing news.
Right, and that was the reason behind the day the Earth stood still in 1951. So we had Roswell in 47, and they were delivering craft, so we would reverse engineer and catch up and become intelligent, and maybe they give us technology sometime to facilitate our ascension and development and growth, and it's a gamble. So then they came in 51. They did the day the Earth stood still. If you looked at that, especially the final message, that was like an emanation, maybe an avatar, and he said, "Stop the nukes, or we're going to send our police and annihilate you." It's like something that humans can relate to. But that was repeated in '54 when they came down and talked to Eisenhower, and then there was I think it was '57. Valiant Thor came down, and so he was there a couple years at the Pentagon. So we've had a lot of contact trying to get us to stop the nuclear holocaust, because it happened before, but I don't think they're going to let it happen. They want us to have free will so that we will evolve and become a conscious species, and then we can join the. They told me it's called the Federation of Planets, Love and Light. And I said, well, that's kind of corny. They go, no, it's just a comprehensive name, because we are like a higher evolved group that is about love, light, consciousness, and we're not the lower level secret space program and all those. Those are still into Star Wars. The ultimate species are more Star Trekian, and they're about space exploration and making friends and connecting and honoring all life and all consciousness. So I think if you look at what's going on now, and we're basically on the eve of destruction. When I was a kid, we were dancing to the don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Here we are. And any day now, they can nuke us. Will they? Will the Anunnaki let that happen? It seems like they go over the different facilities and they turn them off. So that's my question to everybody. How's this game going to end? Are we going to get conscious and move past this Groundhog Day? Dr. Lessin's presentation was about we wipe ourselves out, or the meteors come in. We had that wonderful movie, Don't Look Up. Watch it. Which way are we going to do this cycle? And can we wake up and get conscious? Not woke, but really conscious, and understand our oneness and stop playing these games, which aren't games anymore. We're going to live as eternal beings, but this earth is precious. And anyway, I'll get off my pulpit, but that's where I'm doing my research. I'm working on 3 books. I love what you guys are doing. I wish I could pay attention to it more, but I'm kind of being guided on my own track, and I'm working to get these books out as soon as possible. And I'm planning 8 books in the next 6 months to 2 years.
Wow, you're on fire, Janet.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Go ahead.
That's excellent. You're on fire. I've got.
I'm on fire.
Let's do one
It's
question.
should have been off the pot time. It's really should have been off the pot time. Sasha making faces. If we don't do this now, when are we going to really become conscious? Are we going to blow ourselves up, or are we going to let the meteorite take us? But part of this meteorite thing is, if we become a conscious species, we can actually move ourselves out of the way or deflect the meteors. We don't have to have that same thing happen, but we got to stop playing this little polarity game. That everybody's demonized and they're the boogeyman. You're the boogeyman because you're a different country, you're a different race, you're a different color. What is that? That's insane. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's insane. You're absolutely correct on that. And I agree with you that with our consciousness, if we all come together and use our consciousness and become conscious and aware of ourselves, then there's no doubt that we can deflect anything that's coming our way, whether it's intelligent or if it's just a rock in space. I totally agree with that. let's hit this question. We'll do this final question with Dr. Lessin. We have Mary Rodwell in the house. So, Dr. Lessin, this question is from Greg Herrera, and thank you very much for the super chat, Greg. The question is, what is Dr. Lessin's thoughts on firmament and flat earth mentioned in Old Testament, fact or fiction? Dr. Lessin, you're muted.
Okay. The parts, this isn't a globe. There's a flattening at the poles, particularly, and we have documentation, just as the researcher in the last presentation told you, where Admiral Byrd went in the North Pole down to a civilization there, and that's why he was selected for the journey to the South Pole when he met the craft of Hitler's allies that were defending the whole. So that's who. That's part of it. Everything that's in the Bible, if you just concentrate and focus on it, it's especially that part in Genesis is a description. If you fully understand it, it's amazing how accurate it is. And so the story that goes with the ancient CIA documents that I and some other researchers have been able to get are this. Earth was a water-covered planet with water vapor all around it. And there were escapees from the Lyran Draco Wars that had run away from these Dracos that were coming through. They blasted Mars, and they blasted Maldak, another planet that became the Kuiper belt of asteroids when it got broken. But this disguised meteorite was really full of Dracos, but it had a strong gravity, and as it came next to Earth, it drew off enough of the waters and enough of the water vapor so that two continents arose: Lemuria in what we call the Pacific, and Atlantis in what we call the Atlantic. And then the meteorite went on to become Venus, and a number of things happened. But those were the first two. So that's one story that the ancient things that the CIA has been able to accumulate and let Stuart Swerdlow look at it, and he shared it with all of us. But there's a number of people that have that exact same tale, and it's told again and again in different metaphors. But everybody all over the world, all the great traditions, all the wise people always come up with the same thing, however they phrase it. But this is really not just the worst of times, it's the best of time. It's the only time you got. When you're going to be kind to your neighbor, when you're going to play with your kids, now. When everything comes down, you'll either die or you won't, but you might as well live while you're alive.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lessin. I appreciate the answer, and we're ready to bring our next speaker on. So maybe Janet, you can tell us where people can find your work and where people can follow you, listen to your radio, read your books, etc., things like that.
Go ahead, Sasha. What's your website?
No, you said your turn, Janet.
Go ahead.
Okay. EnkiSpeaks.com is where Dr. Lessin's writings are. He's got a huge following, about 5 million people. One of our friends gave him some stats somehow. EnkiSpeaks.com. I'm writing a lot of stuff on DragonAtTheEndOfTime.com, which is my upcoming series of books. And I'll be, I'm right now trying to publish it, and I'm getting rejected by something I'm not doing right. So hopefully it'll be up in a couple of days. and the other one is aquarianradio.com. And I haven't been broadcasting for like a year. I will go back to it as soon as I get these 3 books up that I've been working on for the past year. I'm going to go back to doing probably a weekly show, and I'd love to interview some of the people that are on here. We like to go really deep into subjects, and I like to kind of take things apart and look at it under a microscope. So thank you so much for having us. Great group you have here. It's amazing what you're doing, Omar.
Thank you very
Really
much.
appreciate you and your work. You're just amazing, and thanks for doing this, especially during these COVID times. We need to get this information out because, you know, a lot of people, it's not safe for them to go to conferences at this time.
Thank you, Janet. And there's someone I would like for you to meet. They're great friends of mine, and I thought I would introduce you. This is Stephen and Evan Strong, based out of Australia. And Stephen Evan, this is Dr. Lessin and his beautiful wife, Janet Lessin.
G'day, how are you?
Hi.
Really enjoyed the talk too. Like, yeah.
Well, I did.
Great stuff.
I only just got here.
Well, I did anyway.
I'm sure it was good.
Yeah, no, awesome stuff. Hey, like, yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it again a few times just to unpack everything. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want to contact us, you can write to me, janetlesson@gmail. I love to talk to people. Sometimes you go in deeper, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. I saw your comment. That was yes. Okay. Nice meeting you both.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Dr. Lessin. I love you both. You guys are incredible. And I will be in contact. Have a great rest of your day. And stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
Aloha. Bye-bye.
Bye. Aloha.
Boring. Right.
All right, guys. I will give this to you. And do you want me to bring Mary on right now, or did you want to do a bio or something?
I've got a little bit of a bio pulled together. So
Evan's got one now, yeah.
And then I'll hand it over.
No, you do it.
Okay.
I'm happy for you to do that. That was good.
So we've had the honour and privilege of appearing with Mary on stage a few times here in Australia over the years, and even to the extent of driving through insanely intense Melbourne rush hour traffic trying to get to the other side of Melbourne to an event. And she got to put up with me talking her ear off for a couple of hours in between everything, the chaos on the roads.
And she recovered?
It was a while ago. And she's even been on one of our shows as well. Shameless ad. But Mary's recognised as internationally one of Australia's leading researchers in UFOs and contact phenomena. And she's the founder and principal of the Australian Close Encounter Resource Network, ACERN, which was started in 1997. And it provides counselling, support, hypnotherapy, information to people's paranormal experiences and contact experiences. She's also the director and chair of the Experiencer Support Program of Dr. Edgar Mitchell, and has researched more than 3,000 cases, suggests extraterrestrial encounters on a global phenomenon, and evident in new humans, which we can call star children. And what I like about Mary's research is it's got a broad focus. And if people remember a few days ago, my rambling improv talk kind of highlighted the fact that research needs a broad focus. And yeah, so if anyone heard that, but yeah, no, she gathers evidence from scientific, biological, psychological, anthropological, spiritual, historical perspectives, and it creates a genetic engineering program for the upgrade of the Homo sapiens and a shift in humans. And also the writer of several books, Awakening How Extraterrestrial Contact Can Transform Your Life, and The New Human, and a few documentaries as well. So yeah.
And the most important part of this is Mary's dealing with the children who are our future, and very soon to come, they are going to be the major part of how we step forward. So she's dealing with the children, and there's nothing more important than dealing with our children. So we've always had a very fond spot for Mary because of the fact she is working with the children, and the star children mean everything in the future. So anything she's got to say about children, we should listen to, because she is the expert.
They are our future. So
yeah, definitely. Right. At least I said something for you, Evan. I only got back here 2 minutes ago. Okay. All right, Mary, look, I know it's going to be a great talk. It always is. And honestly, guys, you really should listen to this, because she's talking about our children, and that's everything. Nothing else counts. The ones that are with us now, the older ones with grey hair, we're moving out and making the way for our children. And our children, the ones who are going to lead us, are the ones that Mary talks to. So this is an important presentation. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you both. Lovely to see you again. And I will put on share screen, because I have put something together, as I usually do, and lead everyone into my weird and wonderful world, which, as you know, is pretty broad. So I'm going to share screen. Share screen. There we are. Let's have a look. Now, please let me know when the entire screen. Share. Hold on. I don't know what's happened there. Oh, hold on a minute. Exit. I want to exit this, guys, because I want, hang on, share slides. Oh no, that's not right.
Mary,
hold on.
You have to stop sharing your screen first, and then go down to share screen.
Yeah, go to share screen. Hold on, stop screen. So hold on. Stop sharing.
Is the presentation on your computer open in the background?
Yes, I've got it. Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's go to share. Let's go to share and then share screen. And then up top, you'll see entire screen that's highlighted blue. To the right of it, you'll see window. If you click window, you'll see your presentation in there.
Right. So I've got share screen. So I go where now?
You go to window. If you look above top, you'll see entire screen that's highlighted blue. To the right of it, you'll see window.
Hold on. I've got share screen, share 2 monitors. Hold on a minute. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go from here. I've got screen sharing tips.
Okay, yeah, just go through those prompts. It'll give you that when you screen share. I don't know why it's doing that to you again, because you shared screen here before.
Share audio checkbox next window. Share video with audio. I don't know why it's share screen. Sorry about this, guys. I normally just click on and it goes. Share screen. Where are we? Chrome tab. Share.
Just right next to the Chrome tab, you'll see window, Mary. You'll have 3 options. It says entire screen, window, and Chrome tab. So you would want to hit window.
Oh, I'm still trying to find it. Sorry. Screen sharing. Oh, gee whiz. Helps it during the stream. Still lost now, I'm afraid.
Looks like Mary just totally left here. Let me start my cam in here.
You know what? I've been out of the stream the whole time. I didn't even realize it. I wasn't even in the stream. I was sitting there talking to her. I unmuted and started talking, and I was wondering why she wasn't answering me. I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening here? I wasn't in the stream. Now, you know what? She had it. She shared the first screen. It just wasn't what she wanted.
That's right. It was the one just over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll come back here right away. Where did Evan go? Aloha, Evan, are you around?
Hello.
Yeah, but Evan,
my friends. Where are you?
Let me shoot Evan a message here. Bro. Okay, so maybe while we're waiting, let's maybe bring Liane Curtis on, and we can get our stretch on. That sounds like a good idea while we're waiting for Mary.
Unmute, Liane. You got to unmute. Son of a beeswax. Let's go.
Okay, son of a beeswax. What a bunch of horse pucky. All right, we're gonna play some.
I don't know what that is, but I'll let you have it.
We don't want to know. There's no horse pucky here. There's only truths and amazing stuff. Wow, those two, Janet and Sasha. That was a lot. All right, here, let's stretch a little bit because Mary is going to get ready. Let's honor Paulette with a little of her music.
I think actually Mary's back right now.
Mary's back. Hang on, Liane. Mary's back. Let's add Mary to the screen here. Hi, Mary.
Apologies.
Let's try this again.
Right.
We're
now
gonna
look,
get,
down the bottom here, I've got share. So if I go to share, I can hopefully press the right button. Is that right?
So if you click share, you're going to have share screen, video file, extra camera, and slides. Do you see that?
Hold on. Yeah. Video file is the one I want, isn't it?
Well, are you sharing a video file or you're sharing a presentation of slides?
Yeah, it's a presentation, and I first press share screen, do I?
So what you're going to do is you're going to hit share screen.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you're going to see it says all the tips, and then you're going to hit share screen again.
Yeah. Got it.
And then what you're going to see, it says choose what to share. StreamYard.com wants you to share the contents of your screen.
Right.
You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see entire screen, window, and Chrome tab.
Right. You're in the
What you want to do is you want to hit window. And then once you hit window, you'll see your presentation. If it's a PowerPoint or whatever you use to create the presentation should be in that window, as long as it's open in the background.
Wait a minute. You're in the show. So share screen, video, share screen, and it's got entire screen is the one I want, isn't it?
No, you want window, the one next to it, to the right.
Okay, got you.
Now click that.
Yeah.
And now you'll see options of whatever program you're using. As long as it's open in the background, you should have PowerPoint, or what did you use PowerPoint for?
Yeah. Look, I've got here Chrome tab window. Is it Chrome tab is the one I want, isn't it?
No, it should be window.
Or window, nothing's coming up. Oh, hold on. Hybrid conflict.
Is it open right now?
Yeah, I've pressed window and it says hybrid.
No. The presentation itself. Is the presentation open in the background?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So nothing's coming up other than hybrid conference. Is that the one I press?
That's probably, yeah, if that's your presentation name, yes.
No, it's Cosmic Gateway, which is the one that's under Chrome tab.
Okay, well then maybe it's open in that window in PDF format.
Select tab to tab. Select tab to preview. No, still not coming up. Oh, here we go. Let's see if we've got it now.
Is this what it looks like?
That's it. So slideshow, play from start. Here we go.
There you go. All right, I'm out of here.
Hallelujah. Thanks, guys. Sorry about this. I'm very...
We did it. We did it. Victory is ours.
Victory is ours. Sorry about that. Hopefully it's worth waiting for. Thank you, Stephen and Evan, very much. And you're quite right. I've got a very broad spectrum of looking at all of this. And what's really important is the fact that it's brought me very much to how important our new generations of human are. What I'm going to give you is a bit of very much left brain information as well as right brain intuitive information. But what we're talking about here, and I know Evan and Stephen understand this, is actually about human consciousness. And that's understanding that consciousness is primary here. So let's start off with the 3D nuts and bolts of ufology, particularly, and how important it is we've got to get, move from not just looking at the tangible, but the intangible. So we're waking up to the fact we're being visited. There's craft of all forms, shapes, and sizes coming from many different intelligences. That's why there are so many different ones. And here you have an evidence of some of them. It's said that every 6 minutes around the globe, someone sees a UFO. It's probably a lot more than that. I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. If we want to get into the science, then here's just a very brief summary from Dr. Rudy Shield, a good friend of mine, who is also one of the co-founders of the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Freeze Foundation. He says this: UFOs get here much faster than the speed of light and allow their alien visitors to interact with us in a variety of ways. It's been confusing because the craft can be so different and the beings reported can be so different. It simply suggests there are a great many civilizations out there interacting with us. Basically, all stars in our galaxy host a family of planets, much like our own solar system. And what article of religious faith would it take to say life emerged on our only on our planet when there are billions available? And I think that's really crucial to where we're going. So the modern perspective, human origins, gods or non-human intelligences. And this is where our perspective changes with our understanding of these visitors that have come throughout the ages and were seen as gods, understandably so, because they had technology and what would appear like miracles to the primitive humans. Here we have evidence in drawings, cave drawings, right through to many different images from various countries that show that these visitors have been visiting through millennia. And of course, interestingly enough, we also have to look at religion with this, because again, what are we seeing here? Things like the baptism of Christ with this strange object above the painting by Art de Gelder. Also in the crucifixion, and also here as well. The Christian Bible in Genesis, then God said, and now we will make human beings. They will be like us and resemble us, but who is us? Well, if we bring this now into the modern perspective, here on the right of the screen is a blue being that Imoko, which is a 9-year-old's special friend that comes and visits her. And many of the children that I talk to have a special friend. And I think in the past they would be considered imaginary. Well, I don't believe they're imaginary in this case. I believe they're very real and they have relationships with them. Here we have the Indian god Krishna and what suspiciously looks like a craft above their head. So star beings, many, many different forms. And what we discovered with our surveys with the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation was that the primary being that most people see before any others actually are energy beings, and then humanoids, and then the greys, which is not what everybody understands. Everyone thinks the primary one is often the grey Zeta beings. Here we do have a whole range of different types. The lion and feline beings, there's many different forms of Zeta or Zeta types. And as you can see here, we have Nordics, blue type Zeta beings, many, many different forms of intelligences that are visiting this planet. And of course, our indigenous peoples know about this. And this is a beautiful painting that I have personally been, absolutely love because of the explanation of it. This is an indigenous artist, and this is a drawing of how she understands our visitors, life on the stars beyond the Milky Way, the connection to the Seven Sisters constellation. And she says this: the planets are half a day's journey. The beings are friendly. They just watch the Aborigine way of life. They have no guns, spears, or weapons. The air on their planet is food. Their green uniforms protect from Earth diseases. These space people speak all languages. The elders say the space people show them how to grow food, find water, and showed them how to use amethyst stones for healing. And this is really important to look at, is that indigenous tribes all around the world are very familiar with the star beings and know they're there. We also have evidence of hybrids and gods that are part of our history, if you like. And this one is the pharaohs that had the strange elongated skulls, which are seen all over the world. And we have lots of talk now about hybrid humans. The experiencers get told information about our heritage all the time. And Tracy Taylor, many years ago, was told this. One night she had this feeling before sleep and wrote in a process with little control, something beyond her present understanding, contrary to everything she'd been taught. It said the human race had been created by extraterrestrials, and information about genetic manipulation of human and extraterrestrial DNA to create another species. A 13-year-old in Canada drew this of a being that he saw when he went with his brother on board craft. And he explained to his mother this. He said, I felt these beings were like scientists, were curious about us, and I was told it was something to do with genetics. And we have now noticed with our surveys that 25.80% were given information about the upgrading of human DNA. And this is where we get into the new human. We've looked at this, I believe, and I know many others understand this, initially from a very nuts and bolts point of view, seeing craft, talking about crashes, what does the government know, all those kinds of things. And we have photographs, people have video of the spacecraft, the sightings of viewed as credible, implanted objects. Some of them were removed by Dr. Roger Lear in his book. He talks about the aliens and the scalpel, marks and scars which fluoresce under black ultraviolet light. There's whistleblower testimony, for example, missing time where people find out they've had encounters, EMF changes in soil after a spacecraft, multiple witnesses was what was the focus in ufology. But what we have come to understand through our research, and certainly my research as a hypnotherapist and therapist generally, is there's a broader, more inclusive, multidimensional aspect to this that has been hard for the nuts and bolts side of ufology to understand. It's been a limited paradigm we've been exploring. The evidence for the reality of extraterrestrial encounters is supported scientifically through the quantum hologram theory of physics and linked to non-ordinary states of consciousness. So what we're discovering is that the surveys are saying that out of the 4,300 individuals surveyed with conscious recall, 75% of their encounters are out of body, not physical. And that is extremely important because it makes it much harder for the nuts and bolts to look at this. But we have to look at this from a completely different perspective, which is consciousness. So the quantum reality of expanded senses is people that may have had near-death experiences start to have contact. They may be already very intuitive, perceiving spirits or orbs, energy fields. They may have had a shamanic experience or a Kundalini awakening, which activates their connection to the multidimensional reality and consciousness. They may have had healing experiences or find they have healing abilities. They have a heightened intelligence, information downloads, heightened multidimensional senses such as telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience. They may have past life recall, and many, many children are aware of their past life origins that are now coming onto this planet and have done over the last 20, 30 years. Telekinesis, moving objects with the mind, and also producing a whole range of creative information that is being downloaded or they've got access to, such as music, scripts, artwork, star language, etc., etc. Dr. Olson, a molecular biologist, is one of those scientists that now have come out to share her story, and what we're seeing happening is disclosure is coming from the ground up, no matter what the Pentagon Papers are and the bright lights they talk about, where they say they don't know where they've come from. She asked for guidance to know if she was on track and if she should come out to give her a sign. She suffered dislocation of her atlas vertebra, causing extreme discomfort. Spontaneously, the vertebra rotated by itself into its correct position. She now swallows without pain and called that her sign to coming out. And it was with the mantis beings. So she's now talking about her experiences as many, many very credible individuals from right across the spectrum are now sharing their experiences. She has also experienced both physical and multidimensional experiences with a number of extraterrestrial beings. At least, I think at the last count was at least 12 different types. And this is what people need to understand, is it's not necessarily just one type of being. She's had a near-death experience and out-of-body experiences, past life recall, shamanic experiences, healing as a healer and being healed. She's been given scientific and intuitive understanding of loading and energizing water, and understanding the new upgrades such as the letter people, which we call Asperger's, ADHD, dyslexia, some forms of autism. All the new generations being misunderstood, she calls letter people. These are some of the beings that she's interacted with. And this is what is so profound, as many experiencers realize there's not necessarily just one type of intelligence they're interacting with. You know, she's got all these wonderful intelligences that she connects to. And what is really important here is that we look at maybe only one or two different species and think that's all that's coming to our planet, when in fact there are many, many different forms of intelligence: fairy, pixie beings, water spirits, shadow people, blue orbs, and the orbs can contain within them many of these intelligences as they're going in there, if you like, the astral form. And we also, I believe, will be in that kind of form as an orb, or which some will call a Merkaba. So there we have a whole range of amazing beings, cat beings, mantid, etc. So how do we start to bring some sense into understanding what's going on? I go back to this wonderful gentleman, Nikola Tesla, and he said this: if you wish to understand the universe, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. And that's really what is causing, I believe, what people are calling awakening and ascension, is a vibratory shift that's happening to this planet on multiple levels. Dr. Olson has talked about this, as many others have, that the human DNA has the ability to transform. The information of the donors and their background is there, a hidden key, and like PC programmers hide their work. It can be activated, and these programmers know the person's ready to be contacted. The activated ones spread a signal to wake others up, and she feels they're speeding this up. And absolutely, I agree with that, because I have never been so busy in my work with the numbers of people that are now exploring their experiences that may have been silent for many, many years, but now feel they have to understand it. And I believe that's the timing trigger that many are operating with now, because of what's happening on this planet right now. Evolutionary gateway, activating human consciousness. These symbols by Antonio are some of many that people are producing that are activating that consciousness within us, activating our dormant DNA into understanding who we are. So what happens as we get activated, we start to have communication with galactic or interdimensional, extradimensional, transdimensional, and certainly it appears maybe visitors from our future as well, as one 7-year-old explained to his parents that he was from the future, and he now he doesn't look like he does. He looks now, which is in human form. He looked more like a Zeta. Multidimensional education with encounters, physical contact through spacecraft, out-of-body contact, downloads of compressed data in and also in dreams through music, art, star languages, codes, crop circles. Visiting sacred sites can be another one for downloading these frequencies. activation and hyper communication, we also know that communication isn't just, you know, from a verbal perspective, but is telepathic. And it should be borne in mind, as Tracy says, that the nature of extraterrestrial communications, that in a majority of instances, star visitors communicate with humans by telepathic transfer of mental images and concepts rather than by words and speech, because everything's made up of the same matter resonating in different harmonics. So the ETs are able to communicate with us, directing thought on subatomic levels, and so activate the subconscious. The symbols are meant to communicate the nature of the macrocosm. And this is interesting because many people are activated through this very method, that they're downloading these symbols. And what I was told by one experiencer was even one small symbol of a script can contain information that can fill a room with encyclopedias. So the new human, what does this mean? Who are the new humans? And I think we all have the potential to be an activated new human, although the children are coming in already activated. So the new paradigm, or the new human, what are we looking at here? The ancestors, the DNA manipulation of Homo sapiens sapiens, intergenerational link to these star beings, because we notice that those that have had experiences, that the link goes not just from the grandparents down to the children. So we have this intergenerational link that is also means that we're all part of this. Only some of us are more activated than others. Upgrades of each generation. The new human programs and how to recognize them, and how do the non-human intelligences keep us awake. And part of that is through schools that we go to astrally or physically. And how can we help? Tracy mentioned this many years ago to me, that there's a race of beings upon the planet increasing in number, although visually and physically indistinguishable to most humans. They're the bringers of light. They're here to guide the awakening of terrestrial consciousness. The new children are born without programs and will bring about a global awakening. And that's why they're much harder to educate, by the way, because they're wired differently, deliberately, I believe, so they won't be programmed into an inaccurate system of reality. So what do they have? They have direct connection, superior mental and analytical capabilities to higher awareness, extreme sensitivity to thought and emotion, enhanced DNA, photographic memories, fast motor neuron response, manipulation of time and space, non-verbal communication, and resistance to disease. And Dr. William Brown, a molecular biologist, said this many years ago to me in several of his communications. I believe genetic modification is occurring right now in utero, producing new humans. The exponential increase in autistic, ADD, and indigo children have new genetic architecture, which allows them to see the world in a multidimensional fashion. I believe research would show dormant genetic regions are being reintegrated into the biological systems occurring in all of us to produce expanded awareness. Their brains work faster. They have access to more information in the beginning. In the classroom, learning is much faster than normal. And he said this, I believe they know what is being taught. So the new programs for humanity may be under the misnomer of ADHD, Asperger's, dyslexia, forms of autism, even potentially bipolar. They're called letter people by Dr. Olson, who is also a letter person, has experienced much of what she is talking about in terms of the new human. And she says this, I do not believe these are broken genes, but offering new multidimensional skills to prevent limited reprogramming of a third dimensional reality. And this is what I am observing with many of these children. And we say, oh, well, they don't do well at school. They don't have the concentration and what have you, particularly the ADHD. But what is interesting with that is, if that's the case, is there a purpose to this? And I believe there is. And it is that the harder they are to program, the more they will retain the integrity of what they've come in with as new aware humans. And this is also what Dr. Olson is tested herself on herself in terms of the physical senses, such as above normal sensory cells for pressure in the skin. She hears sound frequencies above and below normal range, aware of minute differences in shades of color than normal range. Taste and smell are enhanced, sensitive to all frequencies, and can feel overwhelmed at times by sensory overload. Sensitivity to radioactive radiation, energy fields, and energies beaming out from angry people, as well as love and happiness. She said, as let people learn how to focus and control their energy fields, they'll be less prone to getting ill from their surroundings and use their self-healing abilities. So there you have not just more aware, multidimensional awareness in their abilities, but their physical sensitivities are enhanced. And that's why many of them struggle being in crowds of people, feeling other people's energies and emotions, because many of them are empaths as well. This is a very interesting retranslation of ADHD, which is in a very positive way. And I got to understand more about this through Neil Gold, who's a researcher in Hong Kong. When I talked to him, he wrote the book Close Encounters of the ADHD Kind. And he said this: my book's about what happened in my extra-dimensional world where I met the light beings of light. Being symptomatic of ADHD, I'm not limited to the square template of the universe. I'm wired to the multidimensional universe, my internet browser, and I can browse into chaos, be it on Earth or the multiverse. I can perceive hidden layers of order and make sense of it all. Most folks without a supercharged browser cannot do this. They're focused towards convention in this reality. And he retranslated it into always dialed into higher dimensions. And that, to me, is really spot on to these children if they're given a chance to stabilize and be able to operate healthily. And there are ways to do that. And Dr. Olson has found various things you can give the children, both in vitamins and minerals and food, that can actually allow them to stabilize. So to be a hybrid is to be awakened. And this was what Zach told me some years ago when he was only 16. The hybrids are a part of the new human archetype we're evolving into. The labels don't matter, the humans are evolving. Our DNA is advancing and we'll express it in any way possible, and it's contained in our DNA. There is scalar imprinted memories of all other beings in our DNA has passed through. We can express it in the new human. We can express it in the hybrid forms such as indigo crystal. That is the energy they're expressing or perceiving through their reality lens and what we are emitting. They are all interconnected, but you perceive it as different if you wish to. He also mentioned he was told he was hybridized for expressing the human genome. There are many different agendas on the planet, and each species has their own programs. What he has been told about the hybridization is it's to expedite the evolution of humanity. It's not like hybridizing us by replacing our DNA with theirs. We already have their DNA in our bodies. They are activating it through frequency and light manipulation. The consciousness that we're vibrating with is the attributes we take on. So if someone is strongly connecting to Arcturians, they will take on Arcturian attributes. If one is connected to the Greys, it's the same thing. You're connected to which creates the expression. So as our DNA is activated, our star heritage will be activated, and we will start to connect to different star systems as those genetic inserts are activated. This one by Marina Seren, who's got a wonderful story and is now talking publicly. She said her DNA was activated when she was 15, intensely and very fast. So she experienced a very accelerated awakening. It was so prompt, my energy shift, and I had the ability to go out of my body consciously to other dimensions with my astral body without meditation. I instantly remembered what some would call my star origins, Andromeda and Arcturus. But it's not so simple as foreign DNA, as Dr. Olson is explaining. It's a combination of genetically improved bodies in combination with souls from different places in our universe, incarnating in these improved bodies. The souls have different frequencies and vibrations depending on their evolutionary status, and that plays a role in activation of the DNA in that particular body. We also have to take into account the collective soul of Homo sapiens. And this is why we have to broaden our perspective into what is consciousness. What are we? What is soul? What is spirit? You know, because all of that is that non-physical part of our consciousness that is inhabiting a biological system, but is connected to our source, whatever you call that source. The DNA of the Star Kids has a tenfold the amount of information, Tracy's told me. Abilities such as telepathy, manipulation of time and space, non-verbal communication are all conscious abilities for these children and quite natural. The ability to access memory is enhanced, and they often have photographic memories and extremely fast motor neuron responses. Their molecular structure allows their cells to vibrate faster. Everything is accelerated, including immune responses. Their DNA is encoded to recognize all types of foreign organisms. So what we're seeing here is some amazing abilities with these children that are being born and have been born over the last 10, 20 years and more. So the modification of the DNA is more like a remodeling of the genome to make dormant regions accessible. That is really confirming the way Tracy, as an experiencer, understood it. The intrinsic understanding of knowledge and information operates at biomolecular level, where sentient activity of the brain takes place in the atomic structure of the DNA molecules. It's transgenerational information. The information is encoded within the atomic structure of the DNA molecule. It can be accessed more efficiently to produce savant-like characteristics. The modification of the DNA is more like a remodeling of the genome to make dormant regions accessible, because vast amounts of information and functional capacity is already there. It's more about the architectural arrangement of the chromosomes. But he said the hybrids are altogether a new species. So we have a difference in the fact that the hybrids are telling me that they have more of the ET DNA, and that's how they manifest their differences, if you like. So this is how Zach explained it to me. He says he likes the term new human because it fits, because we're going into something new for us. The labels such as crystal, indigo, rainbow is not describing the person, but the person's expression of self. The indigo child has the warrior personality to break down the system that's wrong and needs change. Crystalline child has the aura of love and peace, the healer, the medium bringing in the sight. The rainbow child has the energy of the creator, leader, kingship, personality. It's a vibrational difference. It's a term humans are using only because of limited understanding. Those who call themselves these labels are just resonating to the frequency of those attributes and not staying with the status quo. And he also said that animals are changing personality too. And we're noticing, particularly with the new humans and some of the older models, that they are able to communicate with animals. And there is a shift in that. Many are calling themselves animal communicators. I had an 8-year-old child tell me that he communicates with animals, and it's also to help people understand that we need to have respect for the consciousness of all the animals that we interact with as well. But there is an upgrade with them as well, and also that some are able to communicate with plants and even what we would call crystal or minerals and what have you, as a form of information. And if anyone's done psychometry, which is getting information from holding something that belongs to somebody else, you're actually picking up information from that source, which is actually a solid, what appears to be a solid object or whatever. So psychics can do this, intuitives can do this already, and we've been doing it as part of accessing that information. Past life connections to extraterrestrials. My contact with non-human cosmic beings was since before I was born, and this is really crucial to the new awakened new humans. Tracy says the beings were my family before I came to be on the Earth domain. I had a close relationship with them that was continued after my birth. One 10-year-old explained to me that he was a blue being and he'd come to this planet for the first time. And he explained he was a center seed, which meant that he connected to the center of this planet and he was going to help with the pollution on this planet. He'd come with his skills to help with the pollution. He also told me that he could see interdimensionally with his eyes open, for example, and was also bringing in other awareness to help this planet. There is so much fascinating information from the children and how they understand their multidimensional abilities. What we noticed in the free survey, that 96% of ETs travel to and from other dimensions. And this was, again, from a survey of 4,300 individuals. I came through a portal in the sun, David said. Many of the children born these days have memories intact from their previous existence on board craft as extraterrestrials. They're kept on track by continuing their interaction with their cosmic family while they're in human form. What's fascinating in recent years, not only have we talked about those that have come from their past, what they're seeing as their past lives, but some have come from future lives to help the planet at this time. And there's been several that have mentioned that they have come from the future, including this 9-year-old that explained that he was from the future and he didn't look the way he looks now. He only got 4 digits and more like a zeta, more like a grey, and he'd come to help. So whatever you want to understand or how you want to understand that, it's how they understand their own journey in this reality. 4-year-old in Canada. My daughter talked to me about her life in the Crystal Kingdom far away from here, where no one is ever hungry or sad. She said it's wonderful and our special friends are there, but they really aren't really special because everyone is a special friend there. The mother said, I think it's her way of saying that everyone is an ET. She told me that everyone lived in a giant crystal building and it was clear like quartz. She picked up the quartz to show me what she meant. She had described living in a jungle world with other cat people. And I've met many now that have connections to the felines or lion beings or what have you, and have hybrid children on board craft that are a mix of human and felines. And I talk about this with one former air hostess in Brazil who told me she met her daughter in a physical way in a corridor where she wanted to know where the little girl mother and father was, and as she turned round she was part human, part feline, and it frightened her so much that she ran away. But later, when she was taken on board craft, she saw this being again and was told it was one of hers. And she also explained to me that she's seen her 6-year-old daughter on board craft playing with her hybrid sister, who is a part human, part feline being. So there is, it goes into so much depth into what we don't know is actually going on these other levels. And most people will not talk about it, understandably so, because of the lack of understanding on this planet. This 9-year-old explained to me when he wanted to talk to me, he said he wanted to tell me that he was a light physicist on Orion. He worked on time travel technology, and the closest to his understanding on Earth is the work of Nikola Tesla. He explained to me that he goes to various sacred sites for downloads, particularly because they help him understand more of what he needs to know about being on this planet. He also explained the pyramids aren't working in the way they should because they should be surrounded by water, the purest water possible, and that the consciousness of the individual is needed to be of a high consciousness, and then they will act as portals, was how he explained it to me. So Boriska is another young man who got well known in Russia, and there's many stories about him. He's now probably a young adult, but he spoke about his life on Mars, its inhabitants, and flights to other planets, including Earth, and a country called Lemuria. And he also said there's knowledge under the pyramids, and that the Lemurians were 9 meters tall. And of course, it's interesting that we don't get any information on all the skeletons that have been found over the globe of giants and how they've been hidden from the public. We call them my special friends. And this is a 3-year-old speaking to his interactions with a mantis as big bugs. He thinks they're really funny looking. He describes the lion being that comes to him. He calls him a baby lion. He's here to keep him safe and is his best friend. She said this: my children have a beautiful understanding of our ET friends. They're aware that they're taken on board craft and have a sense of loving familiarity with the beings that visit them. And this is how it's shifted in terms of consciousness, is the feeling of being comfortable with their non-physical awareness. Whitley Strieber, many, many years ago, wrote a book, The Secret School. And I know he got vilified for it because everyone thought that was really quite weird or strange, that the children would get taken onto craft or being taught by these beings in a non-physical or physical way when sleeping. And he said this: remembering the journey outside of time was another step. 9 lessons involved the manipulation of time, because learning how to use time as a tool is the key to reaching higher consciousness and a real relationship with the beings. And for him, it was about time not being linear. The children will explain they've been on board craft. As this 5-year-old said, I don't mind going through the walls. I learn more on the ships than I do at school. The cosmic syllabus taught in spacecraft and off-world. Quantum physics, the holographic nature of the universe, awareness and connection to all sentient life, levitation, psychic abilities and skills, understanding spatial geometry of thought, how to operate in a multidimensional reality, states of consciousness, parallel universes, how to communicate, interpret, and interact with interdimensional and other non-human intelligences, out-of-body training, telekinesis, telepathy, mind melds, multidimensional ecology, manifestation, directed thought and emotion, healing, working with energy, true history of man's origins, and universal spirituality are just some. And also what they are shown: how to pilot spacecraft and how to navigate star maps, shown advanced technologies, consciousness, soul, spirit moved into another form, a non-human container. And what I mean by that is, many have told me that when they go on board craft, they may in fact leave their human body and go into another form, another possibly biological form for tasks. One young lady saw herself as going into a Zeta form as a scientist and doing work on board craft. And I said to her, how do you get back to your human body, which was to one side? And she described a ball of light traveling from that Zeta form back to reanimate a human body. Shown genetic engineering of different species, both on and off world. That was an 8-year-old explained to me. She was shown how they alter different species to fit different seeding different planets, both in this universe and others. So it was an ongoing process, not just on planet Earth, which is obviously it's happened, but in many, many other planets and universes. Healing procedures on board craft, the nature of black holes and wormholes, to decode and understand scripts, symbols, and light languages, time travel technologies, taken on missions on Earth and off-world, taught advanced physics technologies to create non-polluting energy sources and ecologically friendly environments and interstellar abilities. So these are why the children are struggling often in a 3D reality, because most of this is completely denied them. 3-year-old complained and said to his mum, I know, go to school. I've already gone to school. I was at school with my special friends. She asked him when he was at school, and he said, today, nighttime. I've got back now. I asked him what school looked like, and he said it was a small class and a boy was teaching them, but the boy had really big black eyes and white clothes. These are just snippets of some of the abilities that the children mentioned to their parents. This was a young lady talking about seeing auras. My 6-year-old mentioned she can see emotions as colors when people speak. It comes out of their mouths. She said that when the mother was angry, it was a different color than when she was happy. So this is what is actually going on, is the children are perceiving their reality in a multidimensional way, and it's very hard for them when they're told that what they're, you know, that isn't real, and they have to try and work out what is real or what's acceptably real in this reality. And this is why a lot of the parents struggle, because they're wanting to honor this, but also know that to explain this to them is very hard. This is a wonderful model that Antonio produced, a model of technologies he explained as a school project. And he said this about this one. He said, this one's resonating on pure light and sound with crystalline generators to increase the vibratory level of the physical world by crystals around the pyramid. He stated those with the pyramid could project the vibration of those inside the pyramid and send it around the globe. So this is also an indicator that there's something very special about the children when they start to produce such amazing things. The new human will help humanity awaken. The new earth, many talk about the new earth, and there's many theories or suggestions about what does that actually mean. So I asked Zach how he understood it. And he said this: my understanding, there is a new earth, but not necessarily new. We are just moving into a new vibration, but to us, it is new. It's been there for a long time. It's waiting for our arrival. Gaia is already at the destination she wishes to be. She is waiting for us to move with her. She's moving to a higher frequency, a collection of similar frequencies. After all, we are in actuality just a collection of vibrations. There will be a change in human consciousness. The energy is heading this way, and the essence of this energy is light. The energy will repair our DNA and will make us complete in who we really are. I've mentioned Mike Oram in many of my presentations. A good friend of mine, he's now in his 60s, and wrote the book, Does It Rain in Other Dimensions? The thing that was profound, and way before I realized just how many of these new generations of human have this understanding. What he said and what you're reading there is what he was trying to tell his mother at 4 years old in the 1950s. So here is a child of 4 explaining a shift in consciousness. And that was in the 1950s. So we've been having these new generations of upgrades coming in over, I believe, the last 100 years, and we're all part of that. It's just that some of us are more awakened to who and what we are. None of us, I believe, are going to be left behind here. It's just that we've all got a different soul agenda that means we wake up at our own personal timing. But the new ones have come in as really to help shift that and accelerate that process, I believe. This is another one that demonstrates the awareness of these new children. This is a 5-year-old. And this is what the mother said: I never taught my son meditation, but my son placed a pyramid and crystals in a configuration in front of him. He said that each corner of the pyramid represented specific feelings. He placed a clear quartz crystal bead ball on the point of the pyramid and said it represents love, and said that that is what he was focusing on during the meditation. And this is your indicator. These children have an awareness of their multidimensional reality. They are seeing beings. They recognize orbs. They understand they can communicate with them. They understand energy fields. They understand your emotions. Many of them are absolutely telepathic. And I remember an email from a woman writing to me saying, my daughter's been telepathic from birth. She reads everyone. And she said, the thing that's the issue for me, Mary, she's 3 years old and she's still reading me. And she said, it's very hard. She said, knowing that, you know, everything you're thinking is being available to your child. And the challenge to think in a enlightened, positive way all the time, because the child can pick up those thoughts. And I believe that that's part of the lesson that we're being taught as well as adults, is thoughts are things, and that we have to really watch, not just say the positive things, but also be in a positive frame of mind as much as we possibly can, because these children will pick up those energies, either positive or negative, and understand them. And we've got many of those children, I believe, on the planet now. So we have a scientist, Mitch Batras, author of Solar Rain, saying this: evidence that the sun produced charged particles to affect humanity. Solar cycle 24 has begun. The sun's activity is 50% stronger than cycle 23. This wave affects not only the planet, but the human body's magnetic field and the human emotions. Batras believes the magnetic influence of the sun will usher what is described by our ancient ancestors as a transition, bringing in a new state of being. The free surveys that we did with the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation. And I think, you know, when people realize this is so far, the only research that has taken on that number of individuals, 600 questions. And what has unfolded is definitely highlighting the consciousness aspect of contact. 65% had off-world or ET healings. 85% were more clairvoyant, psychic, with intuition. 93% had knowledge they'd not consciously learned. 92% had out-of-body experiences. 37% had a near-death experience. 56% had their conscious thinking speeded up. 76% with paranormal experiences. 51% a greater desire to help others. 71% highly positive ET contact. And this particularly is significant. With all the information that's been out there in the past and the negative propaganda around contact, 85% had a psycho-spiritual transformation. And 75% were taken out of body, with only 25% physical. And that is why, looking at this from a nuts and bolts perspective, you will never get an understanding that you need about what this is about. The only way we're going to understand this is that consciousness is primary. And that's where we're going with the research now, is looking at it from a consciousness perspective. Many of you will be aware of Dolores Cannon, an amazing author, hypnotherapist, have written many, many books on her work with people in altered states, in trance states, their subconscious, superconscious, higher information. And she said one thing that I concur with absolutely. Are we a hybrid species in transition? She was told that DNA has been expanded to 12 strands. Many have mentioned the 12 as being activated. And interestingly, before he died, Command Sergeant Robert Dean, a very wonderful soul in ufology, mentioned this. He was taken on board craft, and he explained that he'd been told that we were created with 12 different extraterrestrial DNA. He also said that we are in transition, and although we will be going through a challenging time, we will supersede that. And he said, I've seen the future and it's glorious. So what he's saying there is that we are in transition, and we are part of these otherworldly star beings who are our ancestors. And there'll be some that are self-serving, but there's many others that are here to help humanity in a way that will enable us to transition to a higher awareness and to become part of this galactic community that's been helping with that transition. So the new human is already there. They don't need governments to tell them we're not alone in the universe. They already know we're not. They know the planet is in dire shape, both ecologically and spiritually. They know we are lied to and manipulated. They know we are educated and programmed into a limiting and limited reality. They know about covert technologies which control the public and its fear-based mindset. They're aware of their psychic abilities. They know about the many extraterrestrial species visiting our planet. The new human is here to wake up humanity. And many of these that are coming in now are doing exactly that. So the new human is this you. Human beings, as this 9-year-old said to me, human beings have no idea how amazing they are, but they have to believe it first. So really, it's up to us. It's up to us to realize that we all have that potential, not just the new generations of human. And the more that we put out that desire to connect to that, the more we create the frequencies that enable us all to wake up and use our abilities and become the new human that we were meant to be. Okay. Hello. Hello, everyone.
I'm here, Mary, just waiting for Stephen. He's got a bunch of questions for you, and he should be here with us shortly. There we go.
I think I heard the door. There he is. He's in the background. He's just getting his questions. Okay. He's got some good and fantastic talk, Mary.
They were on top of the crosswords, so I have to bring the paper in also. So the Herald's joined us for this. Okay, Mary. We've got a little bit of a gap here because we're a little ahead of time and we're looking for Sanya at the moment. So bear with me. I'm going to ask a few more questions than I thought I would. The first question I want to ask about all the different alien groups, and we know there are many different types. Some of them lived a long way away from here and they've been here a long time. I sort of get sick and tired of people trying to discuss if they're here because that's a waste of time. My big question is, why do you think they came? What drew them to this planet?
Oh, my goodness. That's a very good question. What can I say? I think if I go with what an 8-year-old actually mentioned to me when they were being shown the way they mix species of different types on board craft. She was told that they're doing this across the galaxies to seed other planets. It's part of the whole evolutionary growth of exploring what can be achieved through various mixes of intelligences and what have you, and different experiences. So I feel it's just one of a huge program of seeing what they can manifest through various genetic mixes or whatever it is. Although I believe it's more than that. I believe there's also a very much an energetic component to that as well. So we're, in terms of consciousness. So it's providing vehicles for consciousness in different environments. So we get to the soul journey from that we want to experience. I mean, the children have talked about being blue beings, dolphins, energy beings, creator beings, all of these different things. And recently, more and more, I'm exploring a very interesting one to do with the Sasquatch and their communication with various people, and that's taking it to the fact that they are interdimensional, but they can be physical, and they have connections, and the ones they're communicating with often have a connection to the human, and I'm seeing past life connections with that to the particular humans they're communicating with. And this is all part of another presentation that's connecting past lives to their present life now and why they've incarnated now. So really, we're talking again about consciousness, however you understand that.
Yeah. Are all the aliens, all the different types of aliens on board with this, or are some trying to subvert it in some ways?
Very good question. My sense and what I've come across in my research is there are definitely appears to be some intelligences that are self-serving. They've got their own agendas, okay? But when you look at the surveys that we've done, where 85% of those that had encounters noticed a complete transformation, a psycho-spiritual transformation, I think that suggests very clearly that the majority are benevolent and wish to help us reach another level of awareness. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that kind of statistic. And that in itself 4,200 individuals is very profound, I think, in terms of what is the outcome. The outcome is a far more aware spiritual human.
And of course, that leads up to something, because probably, as you know, there are certain alien races, and I'm thinking of David Icke for one, where they've made a blanket statement about that alien race having, let's say, less than honorable intent. Do you think that's the case, or do you think it's really difficult to try and say that all of a particular race are against this? I tend to feel like there's give and take in everything. What's your take on that?
I'm with you with that, Stephen, and I'll tell you for why. Because in terms of, say, for want of the one that gets a bad rap often is the reptilian, for example. Yeah. Okay, I have met people that have had the most amazing, loving interactions with certain reptilians, and one of them is a well-known researcher called Barbara Lamb, and she explained to me that she went in her room one day and there was a 7-foot reptilian, and all she felt from this being was love, and she was embraced by this being. What I've heard is that all races are being affected by this frequency.
Yes.
So the ones that want to reach another higher level of spirituality, it's happening with all species, not just the human species, that we're all being affected by these frequencies. And there are some that want to get to a higher level, and there's some that, like in humans, want to stay put and stay with the status quo, depending again on the soul agenda, which is, I'm going to be this form, I'm going to ascend in some way to a high frequency during my journey or whatever. And that goes for the Zetas. I was told there were 165 species that this lady knew of. Well, you can't just take one Zeta and say, well, they're all like this.
That's the point. Yeah, good one.
You know, because you are labeling. Well, we could label humanity going on some of the beings on our planet like this. Well, that's the point, isn't it? That so it's illogical. And what I say to people when they see a being, rather than go on what you've read, what are you feeling from this being? Not what somebody else is saying about them, because they're coming from their own perspective, their own maybe lens, their own judgment, their own fear or whatever. What are you feeling from this intelligence? And often when I do hypnosis with all of this, Stephen, I notice that when you take them into the experience and they have an interaction with that intelligence, they often have realized that they've been connected to this being right through their lives. And not only that, they may actually have some genetic part of them is related to that intelligence as well. So we're looking at, the fact that they may in fact be looking at part of their genetic parentage. So this changes everything when people understand from that deeper level. And that's the problem, that with the conscious mind, we edit out what's unpleasant or difficult, or we're just scared of the unknown. Once we get more of a sense of what is really going on, that can change us 180 degrees into a whole new perspective.
Definitely. I'm pleased you said that, because I do feel it's very important we understand that there are good Homo sapiens, there are bad Homo sapiens. There will be good and bad in every race, and we should never be put with the same blanket. So that's a really good point. Now, speaking of that, as you know, the original people, and I had plenty of elders who would actually had one elder, Uncle Jerry, before he hung up, he'd repeat the same line every time. He'd say, my grandmother taught me that the Pleiadians are our brothers and sisters. And we all know that in Australia there is that strong link. What I find interesting in this, and it's still not quite clear, and I'm hoping you might add some clarity to it, is at present count, we found 17 different hominins are running around this planet. Right now we've found new ones called Dragon Man, which has got a larger head than ours. Denisovans have a larger brain. Neanderthal have a larger brain. Homo heidelbergensis has a larger brain. And obviously the flat-headed being we've got's got a larger brain. The question you've got to ask when you look at this, at the moment, I think we can rank ourselves 6 on the intelligence scale with hominins. Why was it that the aliens tended, I mean, what's left now are just sapiens. Why were we chosen out of all those different hominins? What was the talent we had that attracted them to us?
That's a good question. And all I can look at is when they're seeding, the whole idea is to give us the potential so that when we reach a certain level of consciousness, more of our potential unfolds, so that we start off as quite limited in terms of our consciousness, but as we grow as a species and we learn and experience, we activate more and more of our connection to our ancestors and what have you. And that process allows not only the soul to grow, but also allows us as a species to go through a process of growth. And they're saying that they do this all over the cosmos, that this is a vehicle for the soul to experience. Everything is a vehicle for the soul to experience a new understanding and gain new understanding. I can only look at it from that perspective. That's the only way that makes any sense to me. And so, look at what we're having. Why it's happening so accelerated now is because we've reached a certain level of technology where they're saying you can destroy yourselves, and you also can destroy other things that are put in place in terms of this reality, in terms of the dimensional side of it as well. So it's saying we've got to upgrade the 3-year-old that's got a loaded gun and wants to shoot everybody. And we've got to upgrade them now to an intelligence and awareness and an understanding of what actually is going on. But the potential, I'm being told, is for the human. There is something within us that enables us to be quite extraordinary in ways we can't even imagine.
Ah, right. That's the difference, I think. I think there's something innate in sapiens as a race. There's got to be a reason for that. And let's go a little bit further with something you mentioned when you spoke about ADHD and autism being our future. I was, in my other existence before here, I was a teacher, and I actually was head of special ed. And I found it interesting, that word autism. I think we need to clarify it a bit, because autism has been misused. I've had children I've taught that could never speak. And I remember one kid in particular, every time a truck drove past, he would get incredibly excited and start to make noises, but they were not noises you could put together in a sentence. And he's claimed to be autistic. I've also was at a school when 5% of the kids coming through on that year were autistic, and it's normally point something of a percent, and everyone ignored what happened, but we know something did. What's interesting with that is I think we need to be very clear what autism is and what it isn't. And I want to make the point, I think you're talking about the kids that don't fit in, that are quite aware, but have one characteristic that I'm hoping is an indication that they are our future. Proper autistic people have a real issue with sarcasm and lying. And I'm wondering if when we talk about autism being our future and our children, I feel that you're right, as long as people understand what autism isn't. Because you can't say someone with an IQ of 138 has the same illness as children I've taught that have got autism that are called TLA, too low to assess, below 30. That's not what it is, and I want to make that clear, because I don't think you're talking about the kids who have IQs below 30. You're talking about the ones, that's what I wanted to get very clear there, because from a teaching point of view, people may get confused with that, and they may put what is an artificial construct, and I think it's done deliberately. Yeah. Because you're right, the autistic kids we're talking about often don't fit in, can't be programmed, and I think their most endearing feature, and I think I'd like you to talk about this a bit, is their inability to lie, which means the stories they tell you, if they were lying, it's against their actual medical condition they claim they have. So I find that an interesting parallel. What's your comment on that? Do you find that autistic kids have this issue about lying?
Well, let me put it like this. I spoke to an Asperger's who said to me, many, many years ago. He said, Mary, you know, they say that we can't socialize. He said, that's not true. He said, with each other, we have absolute harmony. We understand each other absolutely. He says, but what we can't deal with is masks and social conditioning, because it's not real. It's not got any integrity. So we can't be bothered with it. You know, we just, because it's not the person. They're following social norms and they're masks. They're not real. That's why we don't want to socialize with them. But within ourselves, it's what we're saying is coming from us. It's real. It's not these masks, these social masks that we're expected to be part of. So that was how he explained it to me. And what's interesting too, with, you know, some of the, what they're not aware of is many of the autistic, so-called autistic, are telepathic. Many of them are reading you. They're reading when you're frustrated. They're reading when you are not coming from integrity. They're reading, and they will respond and mirror you in whatever way. So if you're not coming from, again, a place of integrity, a place of honesty and truth, they will read that and then they will switch off and they will react as well. That's how I have come to understand this awareness. And I remember one, she was autistic, and they said to her, why don't you look at people in the eye? What's the problem with looking people in the eye? And she came out with, every time I look at someone in the eye, I get 10,000 images all in one go.
I think you've summed that up really well, because there are all sorts of lies out there. I mean, I was a head teacher of special ed, so I know what I'm talking about. There are so many lies about the fact, oh, you can't touch autistic people. They don't respond to affection. Absolute lie. Absolute lie. That's been created by shows like Rayman and other things where people have got this idea. And I think it's really interesting what you said about the fact the reason they don't want to look us in the eyes because they don't like what they see. They just think, I don't want to do this because, yeah, they're right. You're right about this. I think it's really important. I've said this myself. I think autism is not a disability. It's an extension. It's an improvement on what we are. We shouldn't be, as we do in education, because this is what I'm very concerned about in education. Once you give someone that label autism, they feel they have something lesser about themselves, when I've found that the autistic people we're talking about are an extension upon ourselves. Because honestly, if we lived in a world where no one lied ever, it would be better than what we have today. Nobody could convince me, and I've said that to many people. This world is built on lies. And right now, people don't trust people because they know they lie so often. Or the cleverest lie is the omission, when they don't say things. But autistic people can't do that, can they? They have to tell us what they feel and what they think.
Yeah.
And we call that a disability. Let's talk a bit more about schooling now. Schooling. I believe it's probably the thing that is a deliberate attempt to sever our connection with our star heritage, our activation, and our connection to the other side. Do you believe that's what schooling does at the moment? It takes children in kindergarten that are like unplugged little souls, and I see them when they come out in year 12. And I see that light in their eyes. As it goes through infants, it's still there. Then you see it disappear piece by piece by piece. I can only blame schooling for that, or am I being hard?
No, I think you're spot on. Absolutely spot on, Stephen. And the reason I say that, I've been talking to some educators, and you know, with my book, I didn't ever expect to have what I would call more of the mainstream get in touch with me. And I've had educators as well as clinical psychologists get in touch with me, seeing these children. But the educators know there's something, because a lot of them are star seeds. So they've gone into education to try and change it. And they're recognizing these children and saying the problem is that what we're doing is we're programming them in a 19th century model. And they will not ever respond to that because it's not where they're at. They are reading you And some teachers have talked about mind melds, or them seeing right into their information in their consciousness and pulling it out. And so the whole point of the 3D model is to shut that down. That is the whole purpose of it, so that they lose their connection to source, lose their connection to their awareness, so that they then can be programmed even more. And what's so brilliant about the ADHD, they're operating on such a high frequency. They shut them down through Ritalin so that they can program them back into the system. That's what they're doing. And in fact, what we're doing is we're shutting down these amazing souls that are part of this new program to change our planet and the consciousness that we are heading for.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's exactly what schooling does and has done from the very beginning. It's trying to create a semi-robotic humanoid that comes out and obeys, works, consumes, contributes money, then passes on, and we get another one. It's like a process. I also find it interesting too, and I wondered about this quite a lot. Aliens, I've been told many times, I'm going to find out off you whether it's correct or not, often incarnate into human form. Why would they do that? What would they gain from it? It seems to me like there they are, really advanced, got the whole idea of what's going on to an extent, not completely, it's been made clear to me, and then they go back down to kindergarten in human form. What do they gain from that?
Well, some of them have volunteered. What I heard from many is that, and that not just the ones that are in our physical reality, but the ones interdimensionally that have come through the dimensions, to bring their skills and their awareness to assist this planet with its transition. Just like the 10-year-old explained that he was a blue being, he'd come here for the very first incarnation. He's a center seed to connect to the center of the planet, and he is going to help with the pollution. So that's his job, that's his mandate. So others are coming in, different mandates to help the planet, not just the planet, but the consciousness of the people. And we're getting more and more of those. And some of them will call themselves hybrids because they're more connected to their star ancestry than they are to being humans. And a lot of them find themselves getting very depressed here because of heavy energy and say, I want to go home. I don't like it.
That's what I'm getting at. I'm feeling they must feel that sometimes, my God, why did I volunteer for this? But they keep doing it, don't they? Yeah.
Well, now they're helping, Stephen, because people are saying, well, why aren't they helping us? Why aren't they coming down to help? But they are. They're coming in, they're embodying in human form because that's the way they can help. They can't just come and fix it, but they can through consciousness, through coming in and being in human form, so they can actually influence what's going on around the planet. And this is what we're getting all along now, is these wonderful souls coming in with different awareness and understanding, so they can help us do, as a species, to reach that other level.
And that brings us up to something quite interesting I was going to talk about, and I had written down next to the crosswords, and I'm having big trouble with the crosswords today. And it was this, that it's a notion, as you know, Leah works with us and is in contact with an alien by the name of Mesrev. And he was giving us an example of something which is called free will. He said that every being on this planet has free will. And that sort of runs against a lot of people are saying, why don't the aliens, I know that, like you said earlier, I heard you say something every 6 seconds, and there's probably less than that, some form visual appearance or some sort of appearance of an alien is seen or sensed by someone. Why don't they take up their big mothership and land it on top of the White House and show everyone, like those films, here we are, we do exist, and resolve that problem instead of this argument, do or don't they exist? Why don't they do that?
Well, first of all, they'd be shot at for a start. Would happen or whatever. But it's a process of actually engaging consciousness, because there are so many in our society that to do that would be such a shock to the psyche. let's look at ourselves, look at the process we went through to acknowledge this is a reality. And it takes many years sometimes to come to terms with our reality is the same as mainstream anymore. And it's about a process of bringing that information in through consciousness. And that is the way that we learn and we grow and we become more open to new things. This is what's so important. It's part of that soul journey.
Right. Well, I've just got information that Sanya is about now, so we've got her. But I am going to ask one more question about this, and I want your response to this. As you know, we do in our online conferences now, we have a session where I ask questions and Leah passes those questions on to Mesref, then she responds with the answer. And I found this issue of free will quite interesting, and it was brought up. I didn't know that the power we have of free will is so, and I think that's why we don't see the aliens, because then it's not free will. You think, oh, okay, then I believe in this now. I think we have to find these things. And I asked Mesref a question. One I thought was very simple. I said, humans have three beliefs about the afterlife. Number one, nothing. Nihilism. It doesn't exist. Number two, heaven. You go to heaven and there you exist for the rest of your time forever. Or number three, reincarnation. And I made the mistake of saying to Mesref, only one of these could be correct. And his answer was this. He said, they all are. He said, because it comes down to each individual soul. If they believe heart and soul that after this existence, they don't exist again, they will not. Yeah. If they believe that when they exist once, they go to the other side, which is a curtain, which is right next to me right now, it's that close, but don't want to come back, they don't. And if they want to come back and learn more, they can come back. So what he was saying is that every soul has its own journey and can make its own decisions, and if need be, can even stop the journey. What's your take on that?
Well, I'll go back to a book I read many, many years ago by a clairvoyant, Doris Stokes. Some people may remember her. She died in the 1980s or 90s and wrote lots of books and came to Australia, actually. And she said, whatever the belief system is when the person dies, that's what they'll experience in the afterlife. In other words, if they believe in Jesus and Mary and heaven, that's what they'll get, certainly initially. So it's what belief is as you leave this planet is what you'll experience, whether you stay with that or whether you go to a point from that and experience other things. Then my understanding, when I asked about the whole free will thing, the way it was explained to me was because I take people through past lives, ask them what have they learned in that past life, like compassion or whatever it is. Then they tell me they're making a plan to come back to this planet, picking mum and dad, picking their siblings, choosing the challenges that they will have in this life to help their soul grow. So everything is planned by them. And what I was told was the free will was your attitude to it. Were you seeing it in your life as a victim, or did you see it as a way to grow? There is your free will, to choose whatever it is that works for you. And you may choose to be a victim, or you may choose to say, through this, I grew and changed and understood more. And that's how I've understood the free will. No idea whether that's correct, but that's the one that I was given. So hope that answers.
It does, because it's what Mesref said too. It's entirely up to us. It's what you get out of it, what you feel that you need and what you don't need. It's your call. Well, look, thank you, Mary. We went a little bit longer than expected because we were just cleverly ad-libbing, so no one knew that we didn't have Sanya, but we do now, do we? Is that correct, Evan?
Yeah. She's in the background.
Okay, so look, thank you for that. And look, as I said before, every time you speak, I can't say that I listen to everybody, but I always listen to your stuff, mate, because you talk about children. You talk about my major interest. I was a teacher before I did this, and I still have this love of children because when I see the children come in through kindergarten, I see souls there that are so pure. And then I think to myself, I look around in the classroom and think, oh, my God, what are we going to do to them? How much will they survive this? It's an ordeal. And yes, you're right. I hope our future is the autism that I believe, the one I understand, the ones who can see through your soul and can't lie. If that isn't a progression, if that isn't an improvement, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a disability. It's an extra ability that we've lost and we need to get back. So, yeah, you're right. So things are improving. Thank you, Mary. Love your work. You know that. And talk soon. Okay, we'll throw back to our leader. Well, not us.
Apparently, we are now the leaders. Bow down before us.
No, don't bow down to me. Where is Omar? We got Sanya. Okay, we're back.
I'm right here, guys. Hi, Sanya. How are you?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah.
Lovely. Can you see me?
I sure can.
Woohoo! We are on.
I thought
great to see you guys.
I thought because Stephen and Evan know you the best, I will let them introduce you so that you get a proper introduction, and because that's very
so
important.
All right. All righty.
Okay. All right. Look, we know Sanya through two ways. Sanya is the mother of Leah, who we're working with quite a lot, and that's one part of the story. There's two things that make Sanya very unusual. The first one is actually having a daughter called Leah. That is something very unusual, and she won't argue with that. The second part is this. I'm maybe slightly overgeneralizing, but not by much. Most of the archaeologists we've run into are slaves to the system. They are not discoverers of information. Their basically main function is to find information they already know the answer to, and that to me is disappointing. And I don't think that's an overgeneralization, is it, Evan?
I mean, science should be about gathering data, not just
with your eyes wide open. And what we found is that over the time we've done this, we've run into about 4 archaeologists, all women. Did you notice that? All women. Something about the men here, we're falling behind, gentlemen, where we've run into these people that are rare. Insofar as they have all the other archaeological skills, got the tick at the end of the line, did all that, but they managed to keep their eyes wide open and to look at the big picture. Because if you look at archaeology properly, you will find that there have been earlier civilizations. You will find the aliens have been part of this civilization for so long. And this is not the first time we've gone up and down in these civilizations. These are all self-evident truths. Yes, there have been giants. Yes, there are unusual skulls found around the world, and they have been found. And yet most archaeologists can't see any of it. Sanya's that rare breed that has done all the tricks you're supposed to do, got all the marks. I got through 2 years and stormed out and never went back. I didn't have the patience. All credit to you for doing that. And has also had the advantage of being to some really amazing sites, and in particular had a close-up encounter, and I'm sure she's going to talk about this, with some amazing skulls, these elongated skulls that many humans tried to copy in different forms. And that's the reason why there was skull deformation. It was basically to copy what was going on. Well, she's been there. She's been on site to these places. We've had her on our show to talk about outside, what's taking place around the rest of the world. And it's nice to have an archaeologist on that is aware. And I'm sorry, a lot of them are not. Now, I'm not blaming the archaeologists, because it's not a well-paid job, is it? And the poorly paid job, and those who have got the money are thinking to themselves, am I going to walk down that path and lose that job I've got and therefore become an unemployed archaeologist that barely earns any money, like most of us?
Yeah, I remember when I did my undergrad major in anthropology and archaeology, I went, Centrelink, here I come.
Or maybe waitressing, or what's the main word for it? I'm not sure what it's called. Whatever. Yeah. But she's been to some amazing places. She's seen some stuff, and she can explain to you exactly what it is from a very strong academic viewpoint. But the most important part, you're going to listen to an archaeologist that is aware, and they are a rare breed. So, Sanya, over to you to tell us the real truth about what's around the world today, and we know you will. And equally, she's also the mother of Leah. And I'm going to give one last thing I'm going to make very clear. This is the second tick she gets because Leah was obviously in contact on the other side. And like 99% of the parents, they tell their kids this imaginary friend you've got is imaginary. You're a lady that actually decided it wasn't imaginary, and that for that you get a bigger tick than being an archaeologist who actually listens and looks. Over to you to tell us your story, and I'm sure it'll be interesting.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Yes, my name is Sanya Korlaet. I'm an archaeologist with a scientific background in biotechnology, with the main interests in Peruvian, Egyptian, and Aboriginal cultures. Also with interest in ancient alien contact and present alien sightings and contact that's happening right now. So I have a big presentation for you today, jam-packed with information. But before we delve into the subject, I just want to say a few more words about myself. So I consider myself an alternative archaeologist, simply because I don't subscribe to the paradigm that our progression of civilization has been linear, simply because there are too many unexplained mysteries out there, anomalies as they call them, that don't fit in the present historical view. And so to me, it looks like there were many different civilizations before us at high level, high technological level, that have been there and gone. So here we go. Here we go again. It's a probably cyclical process. So I'd like to open my presentation now. How do I go about that? Omar, please help.
Sanya, just go down to share. Click the share.
All right, share. Where is my share?
Just at the bottom of the screen. It
Yep,
might give you
got
like
it.
a prompt to go through some things, right? Just bypass all of that. Do you have your presentation open in the background?
I surely do.
Okay, so you can go. You can either go straight up to slides, but you said you have a big slide, so we'll pass that. So just go to share screen.
Share screen. Yeah.
Click that, and
Share
then
screen.
go to window.
Oops, not this one. Cancel. Share screen again. Where
And
do
then
I
you'll
go?
see a share screen. Click that.
Yeah, it takes me to this same. This doesn't work, does it?